World, it's your boy Anonymous Base, and I am biggity back with another episode of the Oxide Station podcast. Again, where I'm joined with two starter panelists. All right, so quick announcements before we get into the show. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and get a stream a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all our social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, you can click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce the panelists, and we're going to go ahead and get into an icebreaker. So without further ado, Mr. Coley, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are, brother.
Yeah, what up, people? You know what it is. This is Coley D, founder of Coley D Studios. You know what I'm saying? Back in for another video before the big holiday. Good grief, can't believe we're here already. So hey, let's dive right into it, bro. So we got a lot to talk about.
All right, sounds good. All right, we got a new guest on the show.
Yes, we do.
All right, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, brother. Your audio's on point.
All right, cool. I'm Sarah Zazel, and I'm just Sarah Zazel, I guess.
All right, shout out to you. All right, so we're gonna kick it for a little bit, chop it up, and kind of fill each other in on how the week been and all that type of stuff before we get into the icebreaker. So how y'all feeling, man? How y'all doing?
Shoot, hey, everything's good over in my end, bro. Shoot, my nephews finally finished school for 2025, so don't have to worry about carrying them to school for 2 weeks.
Okay, oh, that's what's up. That's what's up.
But yeah, I have been surprising. I have been testing out my skills on the video, whatever. Been surprising some people with an identity, if you will, in the form of an anime portrait of themselves. So
okay.
Yeah, so don't be surprised if I'm looking over here to my other computer and working on something while somebody else is chatting, because multitasking. You feel me? Spreading the holiday spirit.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And how about you, Sarah Zazel? How's the week been for you, brother?
Not gonna lie, it's been a bit hectic, but we're getting through it.
There you go. So how y'all feeling about it being Christmas season just this quick? Like, Christmas is literally next week, and then we got New Year's, and then 2025 is finito. How y'all feeling about that?
I honestly can't wait until New Year's Rockin' Eve, because 2025 could go in the garbage can for all like I'll take the positive that came out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I started 2025 without a car. Now I have one. You know what I'm saying? Family moved in with me and stuff like that. Started back school. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything's been kind of motivating. But as far as all the other stuff that's in the news and all this stuff, nah, y'all can have that.
Okay. No, that's what's up, man. And I guess for me, my week has been busy. It's been hectic with work and stuff like that. There was I want to say it was Wednesday. I didn't get to work because of the weather. It was kind of like misty, foggy, and kind of raining and stuff like that because I work outside. And so, yeah, I missed out on a day of work because of that. But, you know, it ain't no thing. It's only a small thing to a giant. So it's like you got to learn how to take the bad with the good. You know what I mean? But other than that, productive week, staying focused on the money, staying focused on the grind, staying focused on making sure that I get these panels set up so I can provide a good source of insightful and great conversation with a little bit of entertainment. So shout out to y'all for showing up.
Bang, bang.
Oh yeah, you talking about this one.
Bang, bang.
Shit like that.
That's the other one. No, but I'm kind of with you on the whole 2025 thing, because I had some rough patches too, as far as 2025 is concerned. I would say from about June to around the beginning of August, it was kind of a little rough for me. But as far as the mindset is concerned, I don't like to let circumstances and things that are outside of my control get me to the point where I don't keep trying and I don't get up and keep pushing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I just don't allow myself to get into a funk to where it's like I don't try. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people out there that they let their circumstances get them into a certain mind frame to where
Mm-hmm.
they don't want to try to improve. They start letting negative thoughts infiltrate their brain, and then it causes them to kind of just spiral out of control. That's kind of like the dark side to it. But if you have a strong mind and a good will to live and a good outlook on life, I think in most cases, I can't say all, but I think in most cases, people will have the willpower to kind of tough it out and overcome their circumstances.
Message.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get into an icebreaker. I came across something on Facebook and it was kind of having people divided and sparking a little bit of a debate. So I want to bring this up and get you guys' thoughts on this.
All right.
All right. So basically, what happened is that there was a guy that called off his wedding after the cost made him realize he and his fiance are not compatible. So here's a little bit of a backstory. So it says he thought wedding planning would be stressful, but not revealing. After 3.5 years together and 6 months engaged, a man says the process of planning their future exposed a gap he couldn't ignore. When early conversations with a wedding planner landed on a price tag of roughly $35,000, he felt uneasy. Not just because of the number, but because his fiance, who earned just over that amount annually, saw the cost as reasonable. For him, the idea of pouring that much money into one day felt reckless, especially when he viewed savings as security, not surplus. The deeper issue surfaced when they sat down to talk finances. Despite living at home with minimal expenses, his fiance had no savings and carried significant credit card debt. When she suggested he cover the entire wedding from his emergency fund, the realization hit hard. They didn't just spend differently, they planned life differently. To him, savings meant independence and protection, but to her, it was money meant to be used. Faced with incompatible financial values and a future built on conflicting expectations, he made a painful but decisive choice to call off the wedding, believing it was better to confront the truth now rather than pay for it later. All right. So, what are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you think he made a good choice? Do you think he was tripping? Like, what do you guys think about that? So, he basically called off his wedding because he realized that however much it was going to be, it was going to be too much. So, do y'all think he did the right decision? Like, what are y'all's thoughts on that?
Oh man. Well, I think he hit it around the head. Here's why I say that.
All right.
Because to me, right, if you got to spend, say, thousands upon thousands of dollars on a wedding, yeah, that shows everything right there. Like you shouldn't have like you shouldn't have to spend, say, five, six, $7,000 or even more on a wedding. Like if you like for real, let's keep it real, right? If you're gonna have someone like officially marry you or whatever, right? At the
Mm-hmm.
very at the very minimum, if y'all two really love each other, like for real love each other, what I would do, I go just in peace, get married for like $36 or some shit. Like you know what I'm saying? And then like if you really want to have a proper wedding later or whatever, then then like have like have somebody that that's ordained or whatever that you trust ain't polluted or whatever, officiate the renewing of the vows and stuff like that, and then then go on from there. Like, and you can have it in the privacy of your backyard, your own house, something like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the church or whatnot. But if you have to spend $15,000 or more on, you know what I'm saying, and not just coming up with a random number, but if you have to come up with 15K just to put on the show, then yeah, nah. And then plus on top of that, they even shows how the wedding's gonna be like. I mean, how your life is gonna be like for real. Like
Hmm.
who's really the breadwinner, who's not, and all this and the third. When it's really like if I would say, do you take such and such for, to be your lawfully wedded wife or husband in sickness and health, to death do you part and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
For rich or for poor,
For richer, yeah, for richer or for poor or whatever.
to
Like
honor and to obey.
it shouldn't matter like how much money you're spending on the wedding. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm. Okay.
so,
All right. Sarah Zazel, what you got, bro? What you think, man? You think he was tripping, or do you think that he made a wise choice given the circumstance? What you think?
I think given the circumstance, he did make a wise choice. I feel like they talked about it. I don't think they talked about it rationally because honestly, around 35 bands for a wedding is a bit much. You ask
Mm,
me. That's more
mm.
like you're trying to show your friends and family, like, oh my gosh, yes, we're this lavish, when it's like that's not what that is.
Mm.
And I think going off what Coley said, around probably like maybe 5 to 7K is a good ballpark for a wedding.
Okay, so you're saying like given if they decide they wanted to have a little catering event, like if they wanted to provide food, drinks, maybe a DJ and some music or something like that, like have a budget that
Yeah,
doesn't go over a certain amount. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's
yeah.
fair.
35 bands is like that's like trying to flex on people who you're inviting to the event how lavish our lifestyle is when that's
Yeah.
Mm,
that's not what we do.
But,
mm.
but basically, let's keep it real. That's like hiring the producers of Bridezillas coming to your damn wedding.
Yeah,
Trying to have
yeah,
everything all lavish and shit.
yeah. That kind of does make sense because it's like you know what? In my opinion, I think he made a wise choice because let's say if he actually followed through with the wedding, right, and just went over the top just for her, right? Well, what would end up happening is he spends all that money and then somewhere down the road, let's say he starts to complain about it and realize that he made a bad choice. Well, you know what people are going to tell him? Well, if you knew all that, why did you marry her in the first place? They're going to tell him, well, why did you go through with it if you realized in the beginning that the money wasn't going to be looking right or the money was going to get messed up from you doing this? They're going to look at him and say that he's stupid for even going through with it.
And then call them all kinds of BANs. And
Yeah,
for
that's what I'm saying. They're going to be calling them broke and all this other type of stuff. Oh, well, yada, 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 whatever, whatever. But I think that he really made a wise decision. And see, I had this conversation with my mom earlier because I talked to her about it. And basically what her perspective on it is that he should have never asked her to marry him in the first place. And I said, okay, so then what do you mean? And she goes, well, they were together for 3.5 years and engaged for 6 months. And I said, yeah, but there's no way for him to know the overall cost of what a wedding is going to be until you actually plan this thing out. And it doesn't make sense to plan out a wedding until you ask somebody to marry you, right? So if you let the intention be known, hey, I'm planning on marrying you, here's this ring, and you say, yeah, then you talk about all that stuff. But as far as like knowing the overall cost of how much things are going to be uh on the front end, there's no way for you to know that. You see what I'm saying? So my mom and I, we kind of had a little back and forth about it, and it's not about there necessarily being a right or wrong answer. I just kind of wanted to get her perspective on it and see what she thought about it. But it's like, and I was trying to explain that a man's finances when it comes to just being girlfriend is completely different when it comes to being husband and wife. It's a completely different ball game. And see, I'm not married or anything like that, but I understand the implications of what the responsibility is going to be. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you're just boyfriend and girlfriend, she takes care of her stuff, I take care of my stuff. I can do some stuff for her here and there. But then when you become one, then everything is combined. So I could completely understand why he had his reservations and really start bringing the numbers to the table, because it's like you don't really see how things are going to play out unless you start really focusing on the numbers and looking at the hard facts and the data before you make a decision. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that topic had the internet kind of in an uproar. Yeah, it had it
Honestly,
kind of going crazy. And yeah, I figured I'd bring that to you guys, or bring that to the show, and kind of get you guys' perspective on that.
I kind of wonder how the results ended up with all the men thinking like how we thinking right now, and all the women thinking like, oh well, that's a BAN, da 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 da. You never should have da 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 da, like all sorts of shit. I bet that's
Mm,
how it went. I bet.
I'm
well,
pretty sure. I'm
I,
pretty sure.
I'm sure he knows now that he dodged a huge bullet. Cause I'm not gonna lie, dealing with a female with a lot of debt is not the route you want to go.
Yeah,
Mm.
$35,000. What? That's a car. Yeah,
Well, yeah, because what it was saying was is that she makes around that much a year. She makes around 35K a year, which I mean, that's not bad. But the issue was is that she was expecting him to spend her year's salary on the wedding.
oh,
And she
that's
already had credit card debt on top of that. So it's like you expect this man to spend your yearly salary on a wedding, which is a 1 day thing, and then take you on with all the credit card debt you got. So dude was like, yeah, I don't think this is a good deal. And he got up
hey,
out of there.
a new kid on the block. I gotta show you something. I'm gonna introduce you to a button that I love. That I'm gonna be that you're gonna be hearing a lot. See this? Bullshit level, DEFCON 5. Cause that's exactly what that is. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It
What?
Mm-hmm.
definitely is.
And let me tell you something, ladies. If you're watching this podcast, which I know some of y'all will later after the live show, if you think that the man has to spend $35,000 on the wedding, you need to have some priorities checked before you jump into 2026. And I mean now. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
All right, all right. Anybody else got anything on the icebreaker?
Oh no.
one last thing.
Yeah,
I
go
feel
ahead.
like if women are willing to put in enough effort, the same amount as a man, then whatever relationship you have will work.
Yeah.
'Cause I've dealt with a lot of females who they don't do that and they expect a lot from me, and I've met some that give me an equal exchange, and what we had was good, but not everything is as great as it can be.
Hmm. Okay, so let me ask you a question, because no, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. So if we were to come to a woman that you would consider marrying, what do you think some solid criteria would be that you would look for that would have to be there?
Um, well, of course, financial stability. Uh, all men look for a place of peace. So
Mm,
when it comes to I go out and I work and I provide, whether it might not be for us, but in general, if this encompasses you, when I come home, let's have peace. I don't want to come home and it's oh rah rah and this that and the third. Be my peace. And I think that's where a lot of disconnect when it comes to males and females
mm,
ends up being an issue.
mm. Okay. So
Oh,
would
I
that be
like
the
him already.
yeah? So I mean, So that's all you're looking for, just financial stability and peace. That's all it takes.
Yeah, she's got to be able to cook too. I'm not gonna lie.
Ah,
Yeah, she's also got to be able to keep a lot of things clean. Like I don't like living in
Living in a pigsty.
yeah, nah, I can't do it.
mm.
She's got to, and I have OCD, and well, I have a lot of problems, but OCD is one of them. So I really like my space to be really clean.
Hey, that's
I,
valid.
I,
That's valid.
yeah,
All right,
I
all right.
have a bro who has OCD, so I feel it.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too a little bit. All right, so Mr. Coley. So if you were to decide that you wanted to get married again, what would be some solid criteria that you would look for that would have to be there in your next spouse?
Way better than the last one, I tell you that.
Okay.
Now, seriously though. Like, thing is this: that person, like, and really, I don't ask for much. I don't. First of all, if you want to be in a relationship with me, you just got to, accept me for who I am. I definitely accept you for who you are because I obviously have you in my space. You know what I'm saying? Be supportive. No talking down to each other and shit. Just be positive and supportive for each other. To sum it all up. And then if we go to the next step and get married, you know what I'm saying? Like, both of us have to hold each other up because we both got to be the backbone of each other.
Ah.
Otherwise, what's the point of getting married? You feel me? You know what I'm saying?
All right, so
Like,
real
If I were
quick.
you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, we just had somebody pull up that we haven't seen in a while. Shout out to you, bro.
Bang.
Hey.
Bang.
Shit like that.
What's going on,
Man.
Mr. Vibe? How you been, man? You want to go ahead and introduce yourself to the people real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me up. I did notice on your channel, I don't know if you other two guys are restreaming here, but I see two people watching right now. And Anonymous Base has a really freaking good channel. This guy freaking needs some subs. So if you're watching on somebody else's channel, if you're watching on my channel, go over to his channel, like it, subscribe, watch on there,
Please
give
do.
him some shout outs because this guy freaking rocks. I like him.
Yeah, please.
All right, so real
I
quick, you want to
appreciate
go
all
ahead
your
and
show for that.
introduce yourself to the people, Mr. Vibe. Tell them who you are, man.
Yeah, so I'm Vibe. I jump on some blood sport debates. I host a channel myself that I create content on called The Uncomfortable Bible Study. We do a Bible study, but instead of with a bunch of Christians, we actually bring in atheists and agnostics and let them fight with us while we actually try to talk about the Bible and Christianity. It's very uncomfortable. So something that we've been doing. It's very fun. Unfortunately, I still have not been able to run an episode. I can let my kids watch. That is my end goal. I don't know if you can hear them screaming in the background right now, but
I did.
I definitely want to make it into a show that my kids can watch, and I'm working on that. But when you bring atheists and agnostics in, sometimes the words fly.
But you know what though? I actually like that concept. And wait, how old are your kids? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, so I've got quite a range. I mean, I'm married once, and still married. I've got a 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 21-year-old.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? In my opinion, I'm not gonna tell you how to, raise your kids or anything like that. But in my opinion, I think that with the youngest ones, I think this is a kind of a solid time for them to actually get perspectives from the show. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. Because if you think about it, they're right before the double-digit years. And not long after that, they're going to start going into their teens, into their formative years when they're starting to go into middle school. So in my opinion, like how I'm kind of seeing that is if you start to kind of slowly introduce them to the concept of your show and kind of let them see a little bit, then it'll give them a chance to see what you've been teaching them be tested and see how it holds up against opposition. So then in a way you're
True.
raising them up earlier and preparing them for what's out there. That's just my opinion though.
Yeah, I mean it's a complicated opinion. And by the way, I'm the oldest person in my family, so my wife's like 13 years younger than me. She's like huge on Facebook. She's got like billions of followers. She's like one of those like constant TikTokers. My kids have their own YouTube channel. They have more followers than I do. I am the last person, I'm 53, the last person to jump online and like go, okay, well, if the rest of the family is doing it, I'm going to give it a try. And they have seen some of my stuff. Like if I'm on this show, I'll let them watch this show. My show, right. I wanted them to watch. Like I said, I brought in some pretty controversial people. And like I said, the words are heated and I think they're close. When they get to the double digits, they're like, can we watch it? I'm like, not yet. We're getting there.
Well, I think you know what? I think the way you're going about it, now that you're giving more context to it, I think it's good because now you're building up anticipation. It's almost like that gift that they can't open yet.
Yeah, exactly. Next Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Savings bonds.
Yeah, for real. Well, it's good to have you back. You haven't been here in a while, man. I know you've probably been busy with life and the family, work, staying focused on the money and all that type of stuff. But you're always welcome here, and it's great to have you back, man. So I got to give another shout out to you, bro. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the very first question of the show. And the very first question of the show is this. What separates a high value man from a successful man? I'll read it one more time. What separates a high value man from a successful man?
I'm gonna let to go last. I want to see how these responses are.
See, this one's really tough because I typically don't separate a high value man from a successful man. I would say that a successful man is a high value man. However, what is the definition of success? Right. So is success just money, or is success having good moral values? Like you can have a guy that's got very successful, a billionaire. Like this, actually, look at Elon Musk. I actually like Elon Musk. But if we actually look at his values, like he doesn't spend time with his family. He's got more kids than he even knows the names of, right? I would not consider him necessarily a high value man because he's not a man. He's high value maybe for humanity, but not for his family. And I would say a successful man is somebody that can take care of their children, can take care of their wife, make sure she always has a smile, and installs good values. And if he has those success, and I bring that from Christian morals, then I would say he's high value. Now, how does society look at those things? That's totally different, right? Now we've got, and this is kind of like, why do I not let my kids watch certain YouTube channels or even my own at the moment? Sometimes the values get skewed when you look at things like the Kardashians and kids watching stuff like that on social media. The values of what we're supposed to be get skewed in their brains, right? A high value man is going to make sure that their children do not follow the Kardashian view, that they actually follow like true views of self-importance, self-worth, and determination. But so I don't know how to actually say what separates a high value man from a successful man because I put them both together. The high value man is a successful man. And a successful man is a man who builds a strong family with love.
Okay. Solid take. All right, Sarah Zazel, what you got, man? What separates a high value man from a successful man?
Again, I'll have to quote Mr. Vibe. It's a bit hard because when you think about both a high value man and a successful man, they're kind of synonymous. But I think the clear distinction is what we value in terms of a successful man. A successful man could be a man locked in a marriage. Maybe their marriage isn't that great. They're not financially stable, but it's successful because they deal with it. You know, they may have problems, but they get through it. Or a successful man could be someone who just has good values, good morals, whether he's married or not, he just gets through life or whatever. So it's kind of like a rocky road. I think my understanding of a high value man um would be someone who makes a significant amount of money, can support himself and the people around him. A successful man would be someone who always achieves their goals, whether it may be financial or just goals in life in general. So I think that would be my clear distinction of the two.
Okay, so Sarah, Zazel, and Vibe. Would Jesus Christ and Mahatma Gandhi be considered high value men or successful? Because neither one of them made a significant amount of money, and Jesus didn't have a family, a wife, and kids.
Well, I don't know about Muhammad, but Jesus was a successful man. And the reason why I say that, and I'm not too in depth in Christianity, so I don't want to say too much as if I know what I'm talking about. I just know a little bit. Well, when Jesus was here walking the earth amongst all of us humans, he did what he was chosen to do. He fulfilled God's plan, and to me, that is the ideal path of a successful man.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well, right? So, I mean, Jesus didn't have a family, but he taught moral values. And I think it sticks by my opening statement as well. The success of a man is his value. And whether the woman sees that or not, that's her choice. And Jesus taught the right values. He taught families how to do the right values. You don't have to have a family to teach other men how to have the right values. And Gandhi, that one's slippery slope for me because I am a Christian and he didn't teach from a Christian side. But yes, you know what? He still taught good morals. He taught morals that say, stand by your convictions. Maybe this is where we could actually change high value, but and successful. I would say they both were successful. But if I want to go high value, I would put high value on the Christian. So I'd say Gandhi was successful and Jesus was high value.
Okay, so in terms, because both of you guys brought family into it, so because your opening statement mentioned something about Elon Musk not being able to make time for his kids, but the thing of it is, if Christ didn't have kids, and we're following his teachings, the same way that Gandhi, I'm pretty sure he had a family and he had his own method of teachings as well that people tend to follow and emulate. Do you think that out of Elon Musk compared with Christ and Gandhi, which one do you think would be high value and which ones do you think would be successful, or do you think they're all kind of in the same category? Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that? Because y'all brought family into it, so that's why I brought up Christ, because Christ didn't have a wife or kids.
But Christ did have a brother, Jimmy Christ, right? And Christ did have a mother that gave birth to him. So just because you don't have a wife and children doesn't mean you don't have a family. And part of, once again, I come from a Christian background here, right, is honor thy mother, honor thy father. Obviously, when Jesus had to honor his father, that's a whole nother father that we have to please than any of us would ever understand. That's a pretty big expectation. And it would be interesting. What if Jesus did have kids? What if his preaching gone a little bit on this the back end? If he was like, oh, now I have these kids to teach. I need to like do my ministry more to my kids and teach my kids to be my new ministry versus teaching my fellow men ministry versus Elon Musk, who does have kids, does have a mother, does have a father. I don't put them in the same category, right? They're coming from two different areas. I would say, I mean, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm okay at success. I'm not going to say I'm the most successful man, but I've done okay. And I think I could do better if I ignored my kids more. I think I could make more money if I ignored my kids more. I think I could, have more things, but I have what I need, and I have for my children. And I am, I do. It's that work-life balance thing where you got to go like, how much money is worth taking away from my children and my wife, even more importantly, right? I can like be at business meetings and flying all over the country and building tons of money. And if I'm never spending time with my wife, then how do I value my wife?
You don't have to be around someone all the time, 24/7 to be in a position where you
not 24/7. But you do have to say, you know what? I could make $1 million tomorrow, and that's not my daily scenario. If I fly to Texas, but you know what? Today I'm spending it with you. You can do that. Like I should work today, but today I'm spending it with you because you're the woman I married. You're the woman that bore my children. You are the most important thing in this family. You have to have that with your wives. I mean, that's why I think divorce is so high. Is that men? I mean, it's so hard to live today, and our expectations of what we want is so high, especially for women. And I think this kind of part of the failure and part of this discussion, right? High value men for women are men that already have the money before they marry them, but still can show them the time and the effort. Basically, we figured it all out before we married you. Now you get to benefit from everything I worked so hard on, right? I think I'm going on a bit of a diatribe there, so I apologize. Not sure where my thought was there.
No, you good. You good. Hey, speak your mind, bro. You know how I run my panel. I do free speech panel, whatever you want to say, get all your thoughts out, man. I don't run my panels based on cutting people off and not letting people finish what they got to say. So hey, take your time, brother.
This is actually educational.
I mean, sometimes my mind starts going in. Like some of these topics are so hard in the sense where you're like, I can answer this question yes or no, but then you go, there's like 8,000 other like entry points that actually have causality to this particular question. And so I try to answer it, and then I start going off in all those causalities of everything else that affects it that should be brought into the conversation, but there are too many points to bring into the conversation to make the point.
Yeah, see, and then watch this. That's kind of the point, because in order for us to have thought-provoking conversations, I have to pose questions that then provoke thought, because life, there's certain aspects of life that are simple, straight down the middle, but then there are other aspects of life where there's a whole bunch of nuance, and there tends to be a lot of gray area and things. And so I don't mind us having the complex conversation to kind of explore the gray area and try to mine things out. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why I like having these panels and posing the questions the way I do, because in my honest opinion, I think that a lot of people on earth, regardless of your religion, regardless of your financial status, and regardless of your race and color, creed, and all that type of stuff, I think a lot of people have valid perspectives on things. And I like being around people that may have a different level of insight than what I'm used to. So I don't mind learning something from somebody that has a lot more experience in a different aspect of life than myself. Like, you're married with the family and everything, and the rest of us aren't. You see what I'm saying? So if you're an entrepreneur and all that, that would put you in one of these two categories. So then would you consider yourself high value or successful man?
Is that to the panel or me?
No, that's to you. You're the one with the wife and the kids and the entrepreneur.
Yeah, I personally, I try to be humble, but every day I try to make sure that I continue being a high value man. I want my wife to see my value. I want my children to see my value. I want the people that work for me to see my value. I want everybody to understand my value. So it's something I seek and try for every day. And I think through that effort, that makes me successful, even when I fail.
Mm. So do you necessarily see yourself as a high value man or just successful? Like which category do you think that you fit under, given the metrics that you outlined?
Well, I strive for high value. Therefore, I think I am because I'm constantly striving for it, right? But I'm not necessarily saying I am high value. I think any man that is striving for high value, and even when he falls down, is a high value man. Every man that's striving for it has value because he's striving to be that. It's the man that goes, you know what? I don't care what everybody else thinks. I don't care what my wife says. I'm frustrated with her. That's the man who starts losing his value. Or the man who has all the money goes, well, I have all the money. I get to say anything I want to say. I don't care what everybody in my family thinks. I'm the one that brought in the bread. I'm the one that is successful here. That is the low value man. It's the man that pays attention, once again, to his family. And it starts with family, and then it goes to your neighbors, and then it goes to your city, and then it goes to your country, right? The further you go along in your own value, right, the further you can actually spread that value.
That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So if what you're saying puts you in the successful man category and you're striving for the high value category, then by that logic, then you would have to adopt part of the mindset that Elon Musk has. But you said that Elon Musk can be considered successful and not high value because he takes a lot of time from his family. But if you're striving for the high value, what are those extra criteria that separate you being and striving for the high value from just being successful? Like what you said about Elon Musk, like what's the difference?
So the difference is Elon Musk operates in a silo for his own success. I operate in the silo of my family, and matter of fact, actually, I operated in the silo of myself. Right, make sure I got all my demons out of the way first. Now that I've done that, let me teach my family and work with my wife. With my wife and I, then now together, her and I can actually move forward together as almost like a power couple. Whether she's working or not, we can work on having that same high value as a husband-wife combination. As we teach our kids and our kids jump on board, now I have a whole family, like the Partridge Family. So cheesy, right? The singing group that runs around in a van, everything's great. Now we are actually operating as a family unit. And when I said we spread that to the neighbors, I'm not going to my neighbors now alone as a high value man, teaching my high value thoughts, which might not be high value to them, right? They may have totally different opinions. Now it's me and my family doing this. And I actually see this like with our church. We don't just go on Sunday, like we serve, we're there almost 6 days a week, like doing something, whether we're like distributing groceries to the poor or doing something like that. And we do it as a family, not just me alone, right? And this is a family unit. And this is different between Elon Musk. And I feel bad now because I feel like I'm virtual signaling. And I don't mean to be doing that, right? But I mean, it is kind of part of like, it is part of the Christian faith and like dedicating yourself to the church and, you know, trying to raise everybody around you first. And then when you have that group around you, that group can then go raise the groups around you after that, right? And like I said, to your neighbors, to your neighborhood. Then when your neighborhood, and we have a good neighborhood. I mean, we talk, we will sit on our front patios. I know everybody loves their backyards nowadays. And we will go to city council, right? And you just keep on just, it's like gravity, you know, things just keep on coming together and it gets stronger and stronger and stronger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that's value.
So then okay. So if you consider yourself just a successful man and humble, but you're striving for high value, then what are what are the pieces that are missing from you being high value versus just being successful? That's what I'm trying to get at. Because you said earlier that you don't consider Elon Musk high value because he doesn't spend enough time with his family and he has too many kids that he can name. Okay, that's a fair point, right? But if you're striving for high value, then what are those extra attributes that you're trying to get? that would put you there to where if I look at Vibe, I can say, you know what? Yep, that's a high value man right there. No, he ain't just successful. No, that's a high value dude right there. What are those traits?
Yeah, so I mean, at the beginning, I think a lot of us were kind of like, well, I don't really understand how we would split a high value man from a successful man. And maybe this is the split, the point that you're making right now. So I don't think anybody on this panel, but you guys are welcome to disagree, would say Elon Musk is unsuccessful.
No, we wouldn't say that.
Yeah, we would say he's successful. But would you say that he's a high value man for a female that wants to have children with him?
Yes.
You would say that. Why?
How many kids does he have?
Well, that doesn't mean that he's high value. That just means they thought he was, but is he? We know he's successful.
Yeah, but I answered your question. You said, would the women consider him high value to have kids with? And I said, yes.
Okay. And then as a man, comparing other men, like, would you feel like you bring more value to a potential female than he necessarily brings?
Absolutely not. Nope.
So you think you're when you say absolutely not, that means basically because he's got the money, he brings more value.
It's not even about the money. It's okay. I'll frame it like this. It's not about the money because I could win the lottery tomorrow. If I win anybody that wins the lottery, they're not high value because of the money, right? So you got to look at the things that a person can go through that gets them to the point where they can have the money, right? So this is why, for me personally, I'd rather achieve my success and value from something that I build, maintain, and sustain that can benefit other people, right? Versus, I could buy a lottery ticket and I could hit it big, but 9 times out of 10, I'm not, right? So if I get money the fast way like that, I didn't learn anything and I didn't have any skills. I didn't overcome any sort of adversity or setbacks. I didn't go through the ups and downs, and I didn't travel through the emotional roller coaster of taking steps forward and having to overcome setbacks to get there. So there's nothing that I can't teach somebody something else because I got my money through luck.
I would get that, right. We've been using Elon Musk, and we can also use Benjamin Franklin.
Okay.
I mean, he invented so many different things too. He made the post office system. He built libraries. He built colleges. He went overseas to France, and he built an army that actually helped us win the war. This man was a very high value man in society. And by the way, when he went to France, he didn't come back for like years and years and years. He had kids growing up that he never saw, that he never mentored, never took care of. He had a wife that probably cheated on him because she was so lonely, right? Like now, so I would say he was a successful man for humanity, but I don't think he was a high value man because I think that ultimately it comes down to the family first.
So you're saying that Benjamin Franklin was a high value man, or he was not?
He was a successful man, but he wasn't high value.
Only because of the family dynamic.
Yeah. And by the way, in France, there were tons of women that found him high value because of his success, his notoriety, right, and all the things he had done. They looked at him as high value, but they were just substituting success for high value. High value is something that teaches the next generation. And without Benjamin Franklin and without Elon Musk, we wouldn't be having these things, right? We need men like that in the world that have that drive and actually almost abandon family. I prefer they just didn't have families and just did their thing. But we also need for society to bring up Elon Musk's and Benjamin Franklin's high value men to raise those children to be the people that make changes in our societies.
Okay. Coley, what you got for this? Because I guess, me and Vibe been going back and forth because I haven't really given my full perspective on it yet. But Coley,
Coley gives his input. Can I get a crack at that?
No, you go ahead right now then.
Okay.
Because Coley said he wanted to just chill and kind of, wait it out anyway.
Yeah, so, I know. I just didn't want to take any time from from
No,
him
go ahead,
giving
brother.
his
Oh,
input.
no.
No, go ahead. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
I think I understand the question now. The
Here
difference
we go.
between a high value man and a successful man. A successful man can achieve any and every goal possible, have high values, good morals, but I believe the difference between a high value man and a successful man is a high value man makes his legacy known for people around him to follow. I think that's the difference, because a successful man can set the path and be successful without any followers to follow, versus a high value man takes that role and makes it for I guess that's the difference. Never mind. If you guys kind of see where I was going with that.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I like
Go ahead.
that.
Oh, I did.
The legacy is big.
Yeah, because like I picked it up when we were talking about Christ and Muhammad. A lot of people follow religion due to the legacy that it leaves behind, not just, you know, the legacy of Christ and Muhammad, but the stories of what were told during their lifetimes. There's a lot of history that we can follow that can, you know, be adapted to our day by day life. And I think that is what separates a high value man from a successful man. Yeah, they were successful when they were alive due to the things that they did and the morals that they had, but the value is what we remember them for.
Okay, so then can you be high value or successful and not have money?
Oh, of course.
How?
There are a lot of inventors or people that do things that are unheard of to this day that are undiscovered that could be considered high value if they had the opening or opportunity to be discovered. Now, to be successful, of course, that's literally just left up to how you maneuver what you do. But in terms of high value, you kind of have to be open for people to discover you to be able to be high value. Jesus and Muhammad, I'm sure when they were alive, they were always traveling, preaching the word and being in front of other people to pass the word on to and helping people. And that's how they created the high value standard, because people will forever remember those values after they're gone.
Well, okay, so if that's the case, then why is it that we get up and work to earn money every day? Why can't I just be broke and homeless and have people follow me and consider myself high value? Like how come it doesn't work that way? How come I can't do that?
Well, you can, but I don't think that's going to work out for you in the long run.
Oh,
I mean, you could.
Why not?
You could still do it, but I would say it also plays a part due to today's society. Being broke isn't it like you could be broke and be Jesus Christ today. Unless a lot of people really believe that you're Jesus Christ, they're not going to follow you.
Well, being that there was only one, I don't think it's possible for human beings today to be able to live and do things exactly the way Christ did, because Christ had a very specific mission, right? And he fulfilled that mission, right? So we can't do the same thing because Jesus didn't have to have money to make it, but the rest of the world does. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. You can't, like, can you be high value and broke? Can you be successful and not have money?
Well, we've got to ask what is broke, right? Like you mentioned homeless. Can you have a high value homeless? And I think you can. But ultimately, I mean, the majority of the United States actually isn't even in the middle class. They're barely struggling. And I know some guys that have to like take third, fourth jobs. They have to drive an Uber just to make sure that they can hit like the electricity bill. And just because they're not rich doesn't mean that they're actually not raising great families. Like setting down the law, setting down the rules, raising good men, raising good daughters. I don't think just because they're in that circumstance means that they're low value.
Yeah, but going out,
It has a purpose.
but if I use Sarah Zezel's example, he said that the delineating factor is that the high value man has his legacy known. So a lot of guys can raise their families. That doesn't necessarily mean that their legacy is going to be known. Yeah, their last name is attached to their children, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their legacy is quote unquote known. See what I'm saying?
So most artists are like die broke. Like if we look at like the 1800s and the 1900s, Picasso's and things like that, they died, like some of them died in alleys, homeless, and they have a legacy that's living on forever. So that doesn't hold true.
So then how many people are striving to go out the way they did? That's the question.
I don't think anybody's striving to, and I don't think they strove to go out that way either. They were tortured artists, and I'm not an artist. I'm so bad at art, so I don't even understand the tortured artist's art. But they have a legacy, and they were poor.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but give me an example of a person that's striving to have a legacy and die having a name but not have any money.
Well, that would be the question, right? Would high value be somebody whose whole life is about creating a legacy? Or would a high value person be somebody who actually doesn't care about legacy, but does so much good, they end up with a legacy?
Give me an example of that outside of Christ.
I'm sure I could find tons of thinking off the top of my head. Right. I mean, the starving artists, obviously, I don't think they were striving for a legacy. I think they were trying to create art and trying to transform things. I think there's some people out there
because I don't think any of those artists died broke. I don't think any of them died broke.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of them did. I mean, that's true. And there's also artists who didn't die broke, right? There's ones on both sides. But the point of that was basically there have been people who have been broke their whole lives and left a legacy. And there's examples of people like the Rockefellers who died and left a legacy. I would say like the Rockefellers, from reading biographies of them, they wanted to leave a legacy, and they did. Right, they're known in history books. They're probably going to be known forever. There's a lot of other people that died that didn't ever strive to have a legacy, but left a legacy. Right, and so I don't know if leaving a legacy is necessarily important, but it kind of is. Like my grandfather, my great grandfather wasn't rich, and he did so many crazy, strange things for like random strangers that we tell the story. I tell the stories to my kids. My kids actually bring up the stories and said, "Hey, I told my friend about this, right?" My grandfather's legacy is living, but not like Benjamin Franklin, not like Picasso, not like any of these people, but it's still living through our family generations. And I think that's a legacy too. Even if you guys don't know about that legacy, it's a family legacy. Right. And that is virtuous.
Right, but here's the thing, though. But see, this is the difference, right? So, your family's last name and legacy, it only matters to you and the members of that family. But
does that make it unimportant?
To the rest of the world, it does. It's only important to you and the group around you.
Yeah.
But the difference is that's why your name and your family of who you come from, that legacy is only important to you guys. Whereas on the flip side, what Elon Musk and a lot of other people have been able to achieve, their last name means something to a lot of people in the world, not just them. You see what I'm saying? That's why there's people that's why there's people that are lining up to work for an Elon Musk. They don't care if it's just an internship or anything. They want to be associated with the name. You see what I'm saying?
There's the secret legacy that leads to the master legacy. So the secret legacy is that Elon Musk and I mean, he's about the same age as me. I've also read his biography. He was influenced through a secret legacy, and that secret legacy is his family. His dad was an engineer. They grew up in South Africa. They set these certain morals, and his dad actually had this family legacy that he laid upon Elon Musk, which created Elon Musk. So just because my legacy may only be family driven, if it's well driven and well built within my family could create a global legacy in the future, right? So it doesn't mean that the global legacy of Elon Musk is more important than the legacy that my great grandfather passed down through our family. It's only in our name. That legacy that's only in our name could inspire the next global legacy if it's of high value. And now this is something we could debate. What is high value, right? Like a secularist would say, well, what you teach, Vibe, is not high value because you teach lies, you teach crazy spaghetti monsters in the sky, and you base everything on unchangeable truths. Right. And like, so now we can actually go, my high value is different than a secularist high value. Although I think we overlap 98%, we only disagree in like 2% of everything out in the world. But ultimately, like we could have that argument, like, okay, we can all agree that high value is spreading what we think is truth to our family. But then we can have the argument, well, what is truth and who's actually spreading the correct truth through their families, right? Because you could have a grandparents like, I mean, I've got 3 black people on the panel. Maybe my family's truth and high value was we hate black people. Keep spreading that in the family. Well, I think we all agree that's not a good. Right? So yeah, there can be bad, but that group of people would say that's high value. We have to preserve white. We have to do this, right? That's high value. That's what's the high value. So we can actually argue even what high value is, but I don't want to get in that argument.
Right. All right, so Mr. Coley, we got to bring you in now. We got to bring you in. You've been playing the wall for far too long, brother.
Yeah.
come on in here. All right. So, in your opinion, and to be clear, I don't think that there's necessarily a right or wrong answer. Notice how I haven't said anybody is right or wrong on the panel. It's just we're all throwing out perspectives and we're just having the conversation.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, what separates a high value man from a successful man, in your opinion, Coley?
Well, normally this would be normally the question number 1 is usually the trick question, but watch this. So, in my opinion, allegedly, and I say that heavily, allegedly, successful would be defined as one thing, but I'm looking at it as 2 things, right?
Okay.
Successful. Now watch me use this scenario and watch it skew a tangent for one of them. You could be this successful person or whatever, like everything is going right for you. Everything's going right for you. This, that, and the third. Like you got this set up and everything. You have people coming in and all this, that, and the third. But at the same time, what defines your success is depending on what your value is. And if it's high value, then basically, in this rare case, and I say rare, in all capital letters, you can have your cake and eat it too. You could be successful, and on the same token, have family and friends who actually have your back, support you, and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like how I was kind of saying earlier for that icebreaker or whatnot. Like they will sit here and they will actually support you and you support them and stuff like that. Which is why I was smiling very hard at the beginning of Vibes' response or whatever, because the way I was raised up. I was raised up on 2 things. One, you train the child, right? And 2.
Oh, really?
and two, it takes a village. You know what I'm saying? I got my little joke on. It takes a village, real quick. So it's like, like on the positive side, on the positive side, if you're doing great in school or whatever, everybody will hear about that and they praise you and stuff like that, and you get showered full of praise and gifts and all that other stuff. But if you mess up in school, guess what? Community ass whooping time.
Yeah.
You're gonna get beat by your mom, your grandma, your aunt, your uncle, all that. And that'll be motivation. Go ahead and get that grade up the next time. You know what I'm saying? But getting back to the question, like for me, like that your value will determine your success. You feel me? Like if you're if you're high value, like I said, everybody supporting you and you supporting them and all that stuff or whatever, that would determine your success. And if you keep that going, everything's going to be great. Versus you're successful or whatever, but you don't have no support. You're doing everything all by yourself. Then it really ain't successful anymore, is it? You know what I'm saying? Your values have to be absolutely important. Like your values has to be something that not only would be very meaningful and beneficial to you, but it has to be that same way towards others as well, because because depending on what you do, excuse me, depending on what you do, will set the bar for other people. And we go back to to train a child to and it takes a village or whatnot. That's why I believe, because that to me is like matriarch status for real. And I noticed not nobody mentioned matriarch status in this conversation, in this part of the conversation yet. Because like every matriarch not only has high value, but it also has that success. But what low key separates them two is this. Okay, you have that high value, not necessarily focusing it on money or whatever. Like you can have high value and have high respect for yourself, not only for yourself but for others and stuff like that.
Okay.
The money to me is a bonus. You know what I'm saying? I can sit here and get this alleged 1776 payment from Donald Trump on Monday. And would it define me as a high value man? No. Would it be a bonus? You bet your sweet bippy it is. If I'm able to help, if I'm able to help other people with that or whatever, because as you know personally, Anonymous, I'm a big helper. Then, right. then heck, if I'm able to, then hell yeah, I'll do it. But if I'm not able to, if I'm not able to, I'm gonna let you know from 21 Jump Street, I'm not able to help you. But at the same time, they'll still respect that answer than a lie.
Okay. So Coley, let me ask you a question on that, because you mentioned Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider Donald Trump to be a high value man, or no, or just a successful man? What do you think?
Successful.
Why not high value?
Because he sucks. I'm sorry. I have to say this.
Stop the cap.
No cap.
Stop the cap.
Now he's trolling me. For those of you that tuned in last week, at the end of the show, he did this.
No. Go ahead.
But check this, right? So now Now I would be capping if I said everything he did was everything he did was screwed up. You know what I'm saying? Right. There's some things that he actually did that I like. I just
That's
wish
fair.
he did that same. I just wish that he did the same thing to groceries. But my thing is this: majority of the stuff that he's done thus far, a whole lot of people, even his own Republicans, don't even like it. Not at all.
That's cool.
So that's where that
there's a lot of people that didn't like Jesus Christ too.
Oh yeah. And on the day that he died, I mean, I don't know how many films depict this, but on the day that he died, guess what? All those people that didn't believe in Jesus and all that stuff were poking fun. You know, ha, you about to die, this, that, and the third. I bet they felt the earth move, didn't they?
Yeah, in one way or another. Okay, so I'm a jump in here real quick. I think, and this is just my opinion, right? I could be wrong or whatever, but what I think separates a high value man from just being a successful man, I'm gonna kind of touch on what Sarah Zezel said with the whole legacy thing, right? So when it comes to you creating a legacy, if you want to bring it back to biblical standard, the Bible says that we're supposed to do that. You're supposed to store up an inheritance to leave behind for future generations. Not only that, but the Bible also talks about having a good reputation. I'm real big on that. I'm very, very big on having a solid reputation. Now, you can have a reputation for doing bad things in society, and you can also have a reputation for doing good things in society. So having a reputation and having a solid name plays into a person being high value, right?
How you connected with my response. I love that.
Right. So with that being said, to the example that I proposed to you, Coley, I gotta disagree with you because Trump is not just successful. Trump is a high value man. Very high value. Very high value. Very high value. Not because of him being a billionaire, but because of the fact that his father started the real estate empire and then he passed it down to his son. His son begged
$1 million or something.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
a lot of people
that's what I
a
heard.
lot of people like to hate on that, but I think it's a good thing. I don't have a problem with that. No, because think about this. Once I have children, Lord willing, I have children. I want 4. I want 2 boys and I want 2 girls. Right. So my thing is this: if we're doing what the Bible calls us to do. And what's interesting about it is that people that start businesses and create legacies, they're following what the Bible says, whether they realize it or not. That's the funny part. So a lot of people like to critique the Bible and say, oh, it's been touched by all these people. And, you know, I don't know what to believe. A lot of that stuff is fake. In reality, it's really not. Because a lot of people are living due to biblical standard, maybe not on the moral aspect of it, but on the contributing and being productive in society front. Because what a lot of people don't realize, and even some Christians may skip over this, but the reason why men have to be the workers and the providers is because that was a punishment that was handed down to Adam for being disobedient. That's our punishment. That is our punishment. So for us to have to get up and work and hustle every day, that's actually a punishment. But the crazy part about it is that it's something that we want to do. We want to do it as men. We want to get out here and build and create something. Not just to cater to our legacy and our future generations, but deep down inside, you know that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's why we don't respect people that are broke, homeless, bums, have a loser mentality, have a victim mentality. We don't respect men like that. We just don't. Even a man that has money, if you have a loser mentality, no one's going to respect that, and no one's going to look up to you and say, yeah, I want to be like that guy one day. They don't. Because think about this, Coley.
Would you say that's a program? Would you say that's that's a program mentality, because in actuality, someone could be this loser, be broke, and all this stuff, but at the same time, we supposed to be building each other up.
That's true. But at the same time, you have free will to do what you want to do. You have choices. Yeah. Everybody has choices, right? So in order for me to invest in you and help build you, Vibe, and Sarah Zazel up, I have to put in the work on myself first.
Mm-hmm.
I have to see the value in myself first before anybody else does.
Right.
So in order for me to see the value and let that manifest out into the world, it all starts up here. I can't go through life with the mind of a loser and expect people to look at me and say, yeah, I want to learn a lot. I think I can learn something from him. No, they learn from people that got the mindset to get out here and get it no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
They get out here and get it no matter what. And see, people like to criticize Trump. I don't merely mean to make it a political panel, right? But people like to criticize Trump. I actually sat down and watched a documentary about him on Hulu a few years back, and I learned so much about that man and his struggles that I had no idea about. A lot of people don't know that he, at some point in his real estate career and his business acumen, he was almost $1 billion in debt.
Oh, wow.
He was almost $1 billion in debt. And he said when his back was against the wall and he started looking around, when he was at his lowest point, that's when he realized who was really there for him and who really wasn't. So in my eyes, I value the mindset that he has, right? Because all throughout his career, he's been doing everything he could to help people. A lot of people don't know that he actually funded Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign back in 1988, which is the year I was born.
I actually didn't know that.
You see what I'm saying? So with Donald Trump, the name Trump, it goes far beyond just Donald. It's a household name. You look at the Trump family, you don't see failures, bums, and losers. You see very polished, very accomplished individuals that just so happen to come from him. And it started with his father. His father is the one that started the real estate venture and had the name Trump. He wanted to pass it down to one of his older brothers, but his older brother didn't have the mindset and the drive, and he didn't see the vision. He was a bum, he was a loser, he was weak, and he was an alcoholic. Because typically what happens is the father wants to have an heir, and it's typically the oldest son or the firstborn that they pass the legacy down to. So when that didn't work out, Donald saw the vision and he went and begged his father, let me take over. I can do it. And he begged his father until his father gave in and said, okay, let me go ahead and take you and show you the ropes. And it ended up being the best decision of his life. And look at where he is now. Yeah, he has failed businesses. Yeah, he's been sued a bunch of times.
I mean, what business hasn't? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Because what he was able to do with the name itself has been something that he's been using to help reshape society. So now that he has kids and descendants, when Donald Trump is no longer here, that name is still going to carry on. That name is still going to carry on. Just like your Warren Buffetts, just like your Jeff Bezos. We don't know who their kids are, but they've done enough and they've done so much with what they were able to create and build that their legacy is going to stand the test of time. And people can look at it and say, you know what? I want to have a legacy like that. I want to be able to pass down billions and billions of dollars, not only just in money, but in various assets. And I want to leave behind a solid name.
Can I do that just inside of my town, year after year, generation after generation? Does it have to be worldwide to be high value? Or like we've got the Donald Trump stage, right? And actually, you know, I'll grant you there's no scandals on any of his kids. I mean, none of them are Hunter Biden, right? So,
Right,
I mean,
right,
he's
right.
got that going. But does it have to be global scale? Does it have to be Benjamin Franklin, Donald Trump, Elon Musk scale to have high value? Or can you just be a high valued man and high valued family name? Because you were mentioning like, hey, it's just your last name in a town where they're like, yes, this family name has always been honorable for the last 200 years in this town, even though they never expanded beyond that town.
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
Yes. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. It has to expand outside of the population that you're familiar with and accustomed to. It has to.
So
That's just my opinion.
So to be high value, you have to impact the world
In one form or another, yes.
And
because
now, wouldn't
think about it. Because think about
impacting my
this.
daughter be part of the world?
You said what?
Impacting my daughter's future in a positive way, would that not be impacting the world?
It impacts her world, not the world.
But how I impact her world? How many famous people have gone and changed the world and said, "I never would have been able to do this without my dad"?
There's plenty of people that say that.
Not a point.
Yeah, no, there's people that say that, but check this out though. But because of that, that then puts their father's name on the map. So now people can look at now people can turn to the source and say, "Oh, okay, this is where he got all his inspiration and stuff from," and that's when the respect comes in.
So ultimately, for any of us on this panel to be high value, we need to form a legacy that's going to last thousands of years after this, where all four of us on this panel are going to be known to rise up to be a high value man. And there's no way to ever achieve that outside of just paying attention to our families.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I guess
Okay.
I better get to work then, because I got some Michael Jackson status to fulfill.
No, because think about it. Think about it. I'll give you another solid example of this. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, all he did was play sports, right? But the type of impact that he brought to the sport is what influenced generations and generations and generations of young black men and young black women and people that are into sports in general to want to look at that and say, you know what? Whenever they make it, whenever they trying to shoot on the court, what do they say? They say Jordan. They don't say Magic Johnson. They don't say Hakeem Olajuwon. When you even when we're in school, if you balling up a piece of paper and you trying to shoot it in the trash can in the classroom, whose name do we typically say? Oh, Jordan. That's a legacy. People will line up. People line up outside the store and they fight each other to get a pair of his shoes, bro.
So a high value. So in your definition, a high value man is somebody that makes a worldwide impact, right? So, I mean, Isaiah Thomas made a little impact, but obviously not as much as Jordan. So he didn't actually meet the criteria. Therefore, he's successful, but not high value. If a woman is looking for a high value man, she's got a 0.0000001% chance because they don't exist. They're 1 in a billion. That's your statement, right?
That's it. Because think about this. And if I look, and if
women
I got it wrong,
don't look for high value, just look for success.
No, they look for high value as well because they want to attach.
Yeah, they're not going to get it. There's not enough of them.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And see, that's what separates the high value from the success, because you can get any woman can get with a man that's a millionaire, right? But a lot of them, they value status and a title. The money's nice, but if you got that status and that title, 9 times out of 10, it correlates with the reputation I was talking about. They want to be associated with the reputation. They want to be associated with, yeah, I took a picture with Chris Brown. Why do you think all these women are spending money to go take a picture with Chris Brown, bro, and they got boyfriends and husbands at home?
Because they want to get in his
He's made enough of an impact to where women are willing to cheat on their men just to spend 5 minutes with them. If that ain't high value, I don't know what is.
No,
Now again,
so that's not high value.
That's high value.
I'm not going to say that's high value though.
But it's more than but it's more than successful though. It's more than just being successful.
This goes back to what I was talking about before, like what is high value, right? Like we definitely have different definitions. On a Christian base, I think I know what high value is. That may be something different than somebody else's, but I do not think somebody that is selling pictures for wives to take a picture with somebody else is high value. I think that is a corruption of society.
I mean, we could say that, but reality doesn't really necessarily 100% operate off of morals, though. You see what I'm saying?
Like reality is really messed up right now, and it doesn't really
right. But it doesn't discredit my argument that women want to be associated with the name.
But yeah, no, it doesn't discredit that, but I think it discredits that person's has high value.
Well, they're not trying to necessarily be associated with anybody else. I mean, there's a reason why. There's a reason why Michael Jordan sneakers have such a chokehold on the black community, or at least in the urban community. There's a reason why, like, there's a solid grip on the black community when it comes to Michael Jordan sneakers. People are not fighting each other to get a new pair of LeBrons. They're just not. They're just not.
Potentially, you could prove to me that that's high value because it's actually like bringing the black community together that wants that. But however, what is the high value in that really, right? What is the high value of having a picture with this guy? Really? What is the high value of looking like a Kardashian? Really? Like
bragging rights.
That's
and so what's the high value of bragging rights? How are you determining now that because I have bragging rights that's high value? Because I would actually argue the opposite. I would say this is so in the Bible, the word Satan actually is the adversary, right? And the adversary is worldviews. And I would say all these things that you're now saying are high value are actually the adversary saying that has value when it actually has no value, but society is actually giving it value now. And I reject your premise right now that just because a human being can be the adversary against God's word makes it high value. I reject that 100%.
Yeah, but well, here's the thing, though. You could choose to go along with God's word and you could choose not to. There's value that comes with a choice, right?
I agree. It was the greatest thing he ever did for us.
Right. There's value that comes with choice. There's a reason why, even in the Bible, there's examples of men that have legacy. That's why we know their names.
I agree with the legacy part, but not the legacy for a false view of Christianity, right? So
what would be the false view? What would be the false view?
Crushing people, over profiting, not having morals behind everything. We actually have many examples of this. Like, Hitler has a legacy.
Okay, yeah, that's
true.
Was
he a successful man?
Yes. With what he was trying to accomplish? Yes.
So you say Hitler is high value because he has a legacy. So
yes,
your argument is if you have a legacy, you're high value. And my argument is
that's not the only thing. There's other components to it. Because Hitler had an abundance of resources, he had global influence, and he had a lot of power. And people were willing to die on behalf of his message.
And people were scared
people
of him.
Did
too.
die.
Let's not forget that.
You see what I'm saying? The same thing that we as Christians, we are willing to die for Christ's teachings.
Wait, not all of us. Hold on.
Not all. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's a no. You're right.
He jumped in quick. He was like, wait a minute. Hold up.
Combo.
Hold on. You're Sarah Zezel, you're absolutely right, brother. You are absolutely right. Because there are a lot of Christians out there that are fence sitters. They want to have one foot in the world and they want to have one foot in the word. I get it. I get it 100%. But I can't speak for everybody, but I'm one of those rare few that I don't care what anybody says, because I've had people try to debate me and try to get me to switch my position on whether I follow God or believe in the Bible or not. And that's not something that's going to ever happen. It can't happen. In my mind, it's impossible. It's impossible to shake that foundation that I have, because I've been through too much and I've seen too many examples, not only in my personal life, but with people around me, that God is real. So there's nothing that anybody can ever sell me that's going to prove it. That's just my take on it. I'm not here to preach to anybody. I'm not here to try to convert anybody. I'm not trying to make any sort of pitch.
Oh no.
But me being willing to be mocked and all this other things for Christ's legacy, that lets me know that the legacy and the name Jesus Christ has a lot of high value to it, because there can never be another one. There was only one. Yeah, the Bible calls for us to strive and be Christ-like, but it doesn't call for us to be the replacement for Christ, right? Because the value is that high that there was only one. That's the ultimate sacrifice, and there's not going to be another one. You see what I'm saying? That's why there's people out there like myself, and I'm assuming Coley and you too, Vibe, that are willing to die behind that. I don't care. Yeah, if I die, look, if I'll say it like this, if I died tonight, I'd be okay.
I pray not, but you know.
I get it.
But I get what you're saying though.
It's because of how strong my faith and my loyalty is.
Right.
Because if Christ's message and what he brought to the world didn't have any value to it, why would I believe in it?
That's true. Like you wouldn't believe in something as heavy as that unless it had like an actual meaning and truth behind it. You know what I'm saying?
But you're right. But the same way that I'm willing to die behind Christ, there are people out there that are willing to die behind Michael Jordan sneakers.
That's why we still got Black Friday, folks. That's why you still got Cyber Monday.
In my opinion, and I'm open to being wrong, and I'm open to being challenged by anybody on the panel or anybody in the chat. I'm cool with it. When it comes to having a solid, when it comes to having a solid reputation, yeah, you can have the money and all that other type of stuff, but your name is what's gonna carry you.
Yeah.
When you're long gone, and it's extremely difficult to do that.
Dying over Jordans is not that hard, and I don't think that's a good way to go out. Because
no, you're right. You're right.
There's no reboot card. This is not Fortnite.
You're absolutely right. But
Call of Duty.
but the logic is consistent. It's because people place such a high value on the Jordan name that they're willing to die behind it. The same way that Christians, some of us Christians, we place such a high value and standard on the name of Christ Jesus that we're okay dying behind it. I'm okay with it.
I mean, the good thing is in your prompt, you have a dash between high and value. And I think that's really important, right? So I put Jordan up there as high. Mm-hmm. Now, I actually like Michael Jordan too. So I'm actually not going to say that his values are necessarily off.
Oh, really?
But I am really kind of struggling on the value part, right? And when I said Hitler, you're like, well, he made an impact. He's got a name. I would say he's high. I would not say he had value. And
well, he had enough value to trigger. He had enough value to trigger World War II.
He had a value, but was that value a good value, right? And I personally think there was a horrible value. No, and right. I think the rest of the world conceded. In the end, we all said, yes, hats off, Hitler sucks.
Right. But that doesn't take away, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he still had a lot of value and a reputation and a presence. You see what I'm saying?
Wouldn't you combine this legacy of being high value as also your legacy either being rated by the world as good or bad?
Yes.
Do you think that your value is high if the whole world thinks your legacy was bad?
Wait,
Yes.
say that again.
Because the value is
So
high enough for people to be talking about it.
you have a legacy. Everybody knows you in the
you
world,
know,
and you're in history books.
Okay.
But in the history books, you're either rated as in the current society we have as good or bad. Maybe in the future, somebody will go, actually, Hitler had it all right. We didn't even know. He would have saved humanity if we let him know. I don't know, right?
Right. Right.
You know, somebody's going to clip that and go, okay, now I'm a Hitler lover, but I'm not. I mean, it out there, right? Like, for where we conceive good and bad today, just because you have a legacy, is your legacy good or bad? And if it is bad, and if the whole world thinks it's bad, does that make you high value? And I know Anonymous Space, you're saying yes. I'm saying no.
I think the pair of y'all played some psychology on me inadvertently and shit. Cause like as that last part went off, I was sitting here like, wait a minute. So yeah, like I guess you can have you could be a high value person and be successful, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean if it's good or bad. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like me personally, I want to have my cake and eat it too, but at the same time, I want people to remember me for something
Right.
that is positive, and I want to make sure that excuse me, and I want to make sure that I do leave an awesome legacy behind me and stuff like that, instead of people remembering me as this bad person who unalived a lot of people. And
Right.
all this other
Because
stuff,
if
you know
you,
what I'm saying?
because if you think about it, it's not, because whatever legacy you have, it's not about whether it's good or bad or not. A legacy is a legacy regardless, right? So we can name a lot of positive notable figures, and on the same token, we can name a lot of negative figures
That's true.
that committed atrocities, but because of that, they left behind a bad legacy, but it's still a legacy.
Yeah.
Right? Because it has enough value to where people can say, I want to be the next such and such. Why do you think there's so? Think about this.
Chris Brown wanted to be the next Michael Jackson.
Right. But here's the thing. But think about this too. There's people that can have a legacy that committed a bunch of atrocities and crimes, but they still have a legacy that somebody got influenced by and somebody wishes to emulate. There's people that wish to emulate a person's good legacy, and there's people that wish to emulate a person's bad legacy. That's why there's so many rappers that compare themselves to drug leaders, to drug lords, drug dealers.
I was making the connection of what you were saying to, like, and I probably shouldn't say this.
Go ahead.
Like, people who do like mass shootings and stuff like that, when you see someone shoot up a school, it's kind of like, oh, well, they did it. What if I could do it? I'm not saying this for anyone to go do that.
Right.
But
Exactly.
That's what the connection I was making.
Give this man some Sonic rings, because that was an awesome answer.
No. What he said is 100% correct. Because think about this too. When we think of the concept of school shootings, the first thing that typically comes to most people's minds is Columbine.
That was the first one.
Right. That's the most notorious and infamous school shooting in history. Right. So now you have people that are crazy and psycho that look at that and say, man, you know what? They did that, but I think I can do it better.
Then comes Sandy Hook.
Yeah, you shouldn't think that, but you have people who think that.
No, you're right. We shouldn't think that way, but that's the world we live in. That's the reality. That's the reality. So when it comes to the high value versus the success, yeah, you have people that can be successful at things, but do you have the name and the legacy that's attached to it that can influence the next generation and inspire people to want to emulate it? Right? That's why millionaires in a lot of cases, we can look at a millionaire as like a regular everyday person, but the billionaire, that's what people want to strive for, because it doesn't take a whole lot to become a millionaire nowadays. So the value of being a millionaire isn't as high as it used to be, right?
Yeah.
Because now people are seeing that, wow, I don't have to be just a millionaire. I could be a billionaire. And you have a person like an Elon Musk that's close to being a trillionaire now. Okay, let's take it away from people. Let's take it away from people for a second. Let's focus on businesses and companies. There's a reason why the Coca-Cola company is very high in terms of value and what they provide to the world. People can argue Coke versus Pepsi, but who has the bigger who has the no, but which company has the bigger legacy and the bigger reach? It's Coca-Cola. It's Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola was started in the 1800s. There's a reason why we talk about Hershey's chocolate and not a bunch of other chocolate. Hershey's chocolate was started in the 1800s. Hershey's chocolate has a lot of high value and and a very strong legacy. So you can take it away from people. Why do you think people put Apple on such a high pedestal? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Apple set the standard as far as phones and technology is concerned. That's why Apple as a business is $1 trillion company and Samsung is not.
Look, I'm operating on one right now.
Look, I'm on a Mac right now.
See? Look.
That's what I'm saying. I'm on a 27-inch iMac right now, and I have an iPhone.
Yeah, same.
Now, I'm not trying to have a, Apple versus Android discussion. All I'm simply doing is making the comparison, right? So Samsung has a very solid legacy in terms of the products that they create. They create TVs, home appliances, along with phones. Samsung, very powerful, very successful company. But when you talk about high value and legacy, Apple's up there. Apple is at the top. Apple is the apex predator.
Samsung makes hackable refrigerators.
That's true. That's true. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
right.
because it's true. And when I read the article about it, I was like, wait, what? Like refrigerators, we just put stuff in there. Like,
yeah, because vibe. Think about this, brother. You put in the work, you not only become successful, right? But you create a name for yourself that is so powerful that you influence the masses outside of your city, state, town, parish, municipality, whatever it may be. And people can look back on your legacy and say, not only was Vibe a good father, not only was he a good Christian man, but he created something that all of us are benefiting from, and we never even met this man. That is powerful, brother. That is very powerful, brother. Extremely powerful. I agree,
that's powerful. And I mean, you kind of actually brought it full circle back to originally when I opened, saying it's really hard to remove successful from high value, and you just recombined them. You're basically like, any success that has a legacy is high value. I still disagree with that because, to be honest, the majority of us are not Elon Musk's or Benjamin Franklin's or Michael Jordan's. And if we all strive to that, and we all go, you know what, I'm going to listen to Anonymous Base, and I'm going to freaking leave a worldwide legacy. We're all going to start ignoring our children. We're all going to start ignoring our neighbors. We're all going to start ignoring our local politics and ignoring the one thing that we're really good at. And maybe I work for the train company, and I'm really good at like hooking up the trains, and I freaking kick ass at that every day, and I never fail. Now I'm going to stop doing that because that's not a big enough legacy for me. I need to have a worldwide legacy to be a high value man. And what I'm saying is, you know what? God created us all different. He created us for all different purposes. And not all of our purposes was to make a worldwide change. Some of our purposes is actually just to make a change for one person on the street that we said hi to. You know, and I think that's high value. And I'm going to stand by that as being high value, that not every person in this world was designed to make a world change, And some of us were designed to make a single person change. Some of us were designed to make a change to 10 people. Some of us are designed to make a change to 100 people, right? Like I put value on every single person that makes a change outside of their own influence, whether it's 1 or 1 billion people.
No, I'll give you that.
Bang, bang.
I can give you that because you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Now, I can give you an example of a person who had a lot of high value and a legacy that wasn't a man. Because I know the topic is about, high value men or whatever, but there's a woman that comes to mind when I think of a reputation and a legacy. Does anybody care to guess who it might be?
A female?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, say that again. I missed that whole.
So what I was referring to is not only having this success and the money and whatever, but having a legacy that people can respect for generations and generations that people aspire to. Now, I can give you an example on the flip side. That's a woman. I don't necessarily think that she was like rich or wealthy, but the weight of her name and her reputation is something that society tends to reference from time to time.
Oh, I think I know who you talking about. You must be talking about Oprah.
No.
Oh,
Stop the cap.
No.
Never mind. I was about to say something I probably should.
It's one woman that comes to mind when it comes to what society would deem high value in a woman. There's one name that comes to mind.
Rosa Parks.
Nope.
Whoa.
Nope.
Not gonna lie. That'll be a good survey question though, and that'll probably be number number 2.
There's only one name that pops up in my head.
Beyonce Knowles.
Nope. No.
Yeah,
because Oprah has more money and influence than Beyonce does.
Yep.
Or at least at one point she did. At one point she did. Oprah's on the decline now. You said what?
Queen Elizabeth.
Nope.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Nope.
Hell no. Damn.
Joan of Arc.
No.
It's definitely not Martha Stewart. So.
The woman that I'm thinking of she brought so much value that women wish they could be her, but a lot of them are falling short.
Is that one lady from the Shark Tank? The blonde chick? I don't know her name.
Lori Grainer or Barbara Corcoran? No.
Barbara, yeah.
and she's known for something very, very simple, but it's widely respected.
And by the way, there are a lot of women that have actually built a legacy on their own with good husbands that help them build a legacy, and without husbands, and have built legacies on their own. So I'm not going to detract from women at all.
You know what? I'll throw something else in there. Her legacy has nothing to do with a man. It's the one woman that I can think of where her legacy has absolutely nothing to do with men.
Oh, Adele.
No.
I knew that was wrong.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. The name that I'm thinking is very obscure and yeah. Yeah, I don't want to sound like a dummy saying that name. But,
go ahead.
Barbie?
Nope. No.
But you see the angle I was trying to give with that though, right?
No, because once I say the name, y'all will understand.
Cleopatra?
No.
Oh, that was a good one too.
No.
So I'm out of guesses, man. Who?
Y'all want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Better not be Nancy Reagan.
No.
Better not be an anime character.
Nah, she's not a politician. No, she's a real person. She was a real person. Y'all ready?
Yeah. Who is it?
Mother Teresa.
Bang, bang.
Do you know what's so funny? When you first started saying that, the very first name that came to my mind was Mother Teresa, but I didn't put her there.
You know what? You know what? Damn.
I'm
That's
gonna end up
Teresa.
showing my age. I don't know who we're talking about.
Mother Teresa.
Oh yeah, and I had a feeling with you that would have. Well, okay. Before I say it, I'm just gonna say that's a game show over there in the UK called Pointless, where you try to like you answer questions and you say the correct answer, but also scored a few points with it and shit like that. For people like Raz down there, that would have been a pointless answer. Because Anonymous, you're absolutely right, Mother Teresa. But see the thing is, after she passed away, you ain't heard of Mother Teresa like that in a long time.
No, you're right. You're right. But this is the difference though. What she was able to contribute and the mission she was on had such an impact and had such a value that there hasn't been another name that has surpassed hers.
Yeah,
and if there is, I'd love to hear it.
I'm Googling Mother Teresa right now.
Yeah, look her up.
She actually did some awesome things, and she was an impact to
her
to
legacy
the whole
had
world.
and her legacy had nothing to do with a man.
She was
not at all.
Albanian and Indian. A Catholic
Right.
nun.
That's the one woman that I can think of where her legacy has such a great impact, and her name alone, you know what she's about.
Bro, she died the year before I was born.
That's probably why. That's probably why. Like,
Look,
it probably would have been fresh on the brain, but not really. So
with Mother Teresa, no one cared about her money. No one cared about whether she was smart or not. No one cared about any of that stuff.
They loved her. Like she was kind of like a oh gosh, I don't know. This is gonna be a.
I can give you another example too. I can give you another example too.
She's
now
like
this
Princess
one,
Diana, only without a man.
yep, that's exactly what I was gonna say. That was the next example I was gonna give. Princess Diana.
Princess died. I cried when she died, bro.
Yeah, she died in 97.
Because like that woman right there, all she has to do is show up, and people will line up to see her because she knew how important she was and the positivity that she spread, despite all that controversy that she was going through behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And you got to think about this too, Coley. One of the biggest contributing factors to why Princess Diana was so respected is because she didn't come from royalty.
See,
she was just a regular chick, and she didn't let all that royalty stuff get to her head to where she forgot where she came from.
Now, granted, she almost had it,
right? But when you're talking about reputation and high value, and in terms of a legacy, there hasn't been another woman whose name had more esteem and respect than a Princess Diana or a Mother Teresa. Both valued for different things, but it's the reputation. It's not about their money. When it comes to the women, it's not about their money and how smart they are and all this other type of stuff. It's about the type of impact that they have. I mean, I'm open to being wrong about it. I'm open to being wrong about it.
Yeah. So we all know that AI sometimes lies, but I did do an AI search. I'll admit it. Power and leadership is Cleopatra, number 1. And Empress Wu Jing from China. Queen Elizabeth is number 4 in power and leadership, by the way. That was one of the ones I mentioned. Science and math, Marie Curie. Human rights, Harriet Tubman. Business, wealth, and media influence, Oprah Winfrey. Arts and culture, actually, I don't even know who this is. Frida Kahlo. And then, by the way, Mother Teresa does actually show up in this list, but we've got Harriet Tubman again, freedom and anti-slavery, civil rights, Rosa Parks, women's rights and equality, Susan B. Anthony, peace, political freedom. This is where we finally get, where is she? I saw her here. Mother Teresa behind Clara Barton.
Oh, yeah. Yes. We was hitting some number 1 answers, but not the number 1 answer according to Anonymous.
Well, no, they're all good answers. These are all good women.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
but based on the reputation and what I was talking about of
Yeah,
what society deems valuable,
yeah,
I
mother,
put them up there. I put them up there
yeah, Mother Teresa and Princess Di tie at the top, in my opinion. Yeah,
because they
you're absolutely right.
yeah, because they had a high level of respect mainly because of who they are.
I mean, I really put Queen Elizabeth over Princess Di, just because she had 90 years of impact and influence. She made much more influence than Princess Diana ever did. Princess Diana was more of like a media figure.
I don't know about that one, brother. I don't know about that one. I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I get what you're saying 100%. But the separation of it is that Princess Diana, she didn't come from royalty.
Oh, oh, oh!
That's what
I
separates it.
I just caught on to that.
But she's got to be kind of royalty. She's got the word princess in front of her name.
What she didn't she wasn't a princess before she got married.
Yeah, but she was royalty in the end.
But
And
after no, I said she wasn't.
Princess?
But she wasn't born into it. Is my point.
Okay.
So you had a person who was an outsider that married into the royal family and ended up making such an right. And and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's because of her having such a pure heart and just being loving and compassionate just for the people. No one cared about how much money she had or anything like that when she passed. As a matter of fact, I would argue that more people were upset that Princess Diana died than when Elizabeth died.
When Elizabeth died, I didn't even know.
You know,
I could be wrong
that's
about
a
that.
fact. No. That's a fact. And you know why? Because yeah, like Princess Di, it was all over the world broadcast and stuff like that. But not trying to compare the two celebrations of life, but who showed up more? Who showed up to which ones more? I would have to go with Princess Di because of the fact that she was the person that affected everybody. Like you had Sir Elton John show up. You had celebrities here in the States show up. Like you had people watching all over the world actually crying, including myself, over Princess Di versus QE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sad that she died, but not too many people cared about QE because of the behind the scenes that they knew about her and stuff like that.
I mean, but here's the problem, right? Because I love Princess Di too, right? I'm not dissing on her, but I do not think her value is anywhere even as close to Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth went through World War One, World War II. She was involved with the politics. Princess Di was nothing but like an American phenomenon that we love to promote and like make people feel like empathy with her. And I think she was a great person. But I do not think she had as great of an impact on this world as Queen Elizabeth. I think Queen Elizabeth was involved in so much more, had so much more real impact, but just behind the scenes because she was humble. She wasn't out there promoting it. She wasn't on the big screen. And I would actually argue, too, that probably more people in the United States cried when Princess died, and probably more people in England cried when Queen Elizabeth died.
Yeah,
because they knew the impact she actually made, not just as a public figure, but actually in politics, in ruling, in decisions over the leaders, and things like that.
Yeah.
By that,
she was queen for like 75 years. Oh, whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
and she never was a political power. All she was a whisper in politicians' ears. And she whispered in everybody's ears. Everybody's ears. I think she whispered in a lot more ears than Princess Di ever did.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, but by your logic, if you want to talk about how many people cried versus how many more people cried with Diana versus Queen Elizabeth, Princess Diana wins by a landslide because the American population is way bigger than the English population.
I'll agree, but does that mean that's value?
Yes.
Because you originally argued the most benefit to the world. So if I give all this benefit to the world and actually I uplift the whole world without you guys ever knowing my name, does that mean I'm low value?
We don't know who you are. So how can you how do you, like think about this? If we don't
This
know
was
who
your
you
definition. Your definition was high value is making the biggest change to the whole world. And these
But
are
what-
names we're talking about that we know.
But
now
what-
I'm
but-
asking you this question. What about somebody that's doing it in the background and just whispering into everybody's ear, but added all the success to our world without you knowing? Does that make me low value?
you're leaving part of what I said out. I also said having a name and a reputation that people can look up to and respect and admire and strive for.
Okay, so that's kind of my point, right? Though, so let's say I am the whisperer of the world, right? Let's just say I'm super successful. Elon Musk is listening to me when I whisper in his ear. This person's listening to me when I whisper in their ear, and it's making worldwide changes that make all of our lives better. But nobody, and I die, and nobody knows my name. Does that make me low value?
Indirectly, yes. You know
Okay,
why?
so that's where we get, and that's fine.
No, you know why? You know why? Because when you think about rock bands, people care about the people that you see. No one cares about who their manager is. No one cares.
Personally, I agree with you on that. But I would say that's materialism, right?
Now,
so you're concerned that value is based on social value, not based on personal decisions, whether somebody knows that you did it or not. And even the Bible says, right, like, you shouldn't be promoting that. I shouldn't be on here going, you know what I did yesterday? I gave my neighbor $100 just to tell everybody that I gave him $100.
That's true. That's true. No, you're right. The Bible does say that, but at the same time, the Bible also says that let other people exalt you.
Yeah, but I mean, you're basically saying the value is what society. Your value only exists if society recognizes it, and if you actually if you give the same value, but nobody sees it, then it's worth nothing.
Oh, see, here
so you have two equal people. We have Mother Teresa, who everybody knows, and we have another person that did all the same things that Mother Teresa did, but nobody ever actually wrote it down, never saw it, never recorded it. Therefore, Mother Teresa is more valuable than the same other person that did it with no record.
Yeah. Yo, this is an interesting comment.
Yeah.
And that is materialism. That's materialism.
Not necessarily.
Okay, how?
Well, because if I make an impact on somebody, that's not something that's material. You can that's not something that necessarily appeals to the five senses. So how can you say it's material?
What I'm saying it is given two scenarios equal, right? Mother Teresa, who you say is high value, and I'm bringing up a fictional Mother Teresa who did all the things. Maybe actually, let's just make her do a few more things that were better than Mother Teresa. But nobody wrote it down. It wasn't recorded in history, and nobody knows that this person actually existed, except for all the people she impacted. You're saying that Mother Teresa is valuable because everybody knows about it, and this other woman is not valuable because nobody knows about it, and she has no legacy, even though they both did the same thing. What I'm arguing is that because you're saying Mother Teresa is more valuable than the person that nobody knows about, that's materialism. You're putting material value based on what society sees and knows about that person.
Nope. You only have value to the people that are around you. That's why, see, this is why I kept bringing up the reputation part, because the Bible tells us that having a good, solid reputation is worth more than the finest gold and jewels. It does say that. That's why the reputation part gives you that extra boost. You can be successful in everything else, but the reputation is what helps cement that legacy, whether it's good or bad.
To be global. The more global your reputation, the more the news spreads of your good works, the better you are.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be good works. Because Hitler didn't do good works.
Right. So
Al Capone didn't do good works.
Yeah, so we have different views on value. Then the value for you.
My logic is consistent though, because it's about the legacy and the reputation. It's not about whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, I'm not actually contesting you on the logic or your consistency. Right. I am contesting you on the logic in the sense that as a Christian myself, right?
Right.
I see high value as productive.
Okay, fair.
Um,
Christ was productive. King Solomon was productive. King David was productive. Joseph was productive. Jacob was productive. Adam was productive. Adam was productive.
Okay. So productive in advancing good intentions, not negative intentions, right? So I think Hitler was very productive as well, but very productive at negative. Therefore, he loses all value, although his success and although his productivity, he loses all value based on what his intentions were.
Not necessarily, because what he sought to carry out is still happened and is still talked about today. See what I'm saying?
But it was negative.
No, you're right. No,
I would say it was popular, or it was documented, but doesn't make it high value.
Did it make a global impact?
High value means something that we want to reproduce. High value is when you do a good thing and everybody benefits from it. We want to redo that over and over and over again. High value, you want to repeat. Low value, you want to remove. Hitler is low value because you don't want to repeat what he did.
I disagree. Why do you think there's a Ku Klux Klan that shares similar views to Hitler? Why do you think that there's neo-Nazi groups that share similar views to Hitler that want to recreate it?
I'm not saying there's a lot of people that don't want to reproduce it, but we know that that's not the right reproductive value for humanity.
Well, no. You're right. No, I agree with you on that. Because there's a right way and there's a wrong way. I'm not arguing the morality of it. I'm arguing that a legacy is a legacy. That's why there's a difference between being famous and infamous.
But and this is I think this is the crux, and where we're going head to head is that you're just basically saying high value, and I think we disagree on this, and that's fine. Is anything that we all remember and know, and I'm saying high value is anything. It doesn't matter if we know it; that can still be low value, even though it's written in history and we remember you. I think it's low value because it doesn't meet my moral standard, and I will agree 100%. That's my moral standard, and my moral standard is based on Christianity. Therefore, it does not meet my criteria for high value. Hitler does not fall in that category. Never will. I will never put him as a high value proposition. Just like I'll never put God to the side, right? Like you said, like you can't change me on that, no matter how much I argue. But that's okay. That's okay.
No, that's fair. I give you that. All right, so we got 1313 Maryland in the chat. Shout out to her. She says Elizabeth whispered in people's ear more than Princess Diana ever could, because Diana was taken from us. Facts.
Bang.
Shit like that.
Do you disagree with that vibe? You think she got that wrong or what?
No, actually, she's regurgitating exactly what I said. I think Queen Elizabeth, for her 80 years of being not in politics, but as a monarch that really wasn't a monarch anymore, did have a lot of influence on politicians, whispered in a lot of people's ears, a lot more than Princess Diane. Like you said, she married up. She was not in a lot of the same meetings with the prime ministers during all the wars, not delegating or saying things. I think Marilyn's 100% correct there.
Okay, cool. All right.
If you guys think I'm wrong there, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Right.
I don't think there's much debate there.
Oh no, it's all good. See, this is why I like having these panels and having these discussions, because it's. I don't do this to try to push my perspective on people. I just like having people gather together so we can discuss different ideas, have conversations, and then everybody gets to have their perspectives heard. It's not about I'm right, you're wrong, and this and that. I don't do all that. I like to give people space to say what they think and just express themselves, and we just sit back and have a good time. That's what it's all about. So shout out to y'all for being
And
good
another
sports.
taste.
Bang. Bang.
This is why I keep on coming up here, because I really do like your panels, and I like how everybody like sits back. We listen to each other. We let each other talk. We can agree to disagree. This is a really good show, and once again, I'm pushing this show for more people to watch. You need more viewers. This is really good content. So I said at the beginning, like and subscribe.
Hey, I couldn't agree with you more, man. All right. So does anybody else have anything else on this topic before we keep the show rolling?
Oh no, let's do it. Oh, wait. Before you do, Raz, quick question. How old are you?
27.
27. Oh, you gonna learn a lot in this. You're gonna learn a lot in these shows.
So that means you were born in 1998, either
Yeah.
97 or 98. I was
98.
born in 88. Yeah, I was born in 88. So I was we were around when Pokemon and Digimon came out, bro, and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
You guys are
I
all
was around
kids.
when I was around when He-Man was out, Transformers, all that. So
Oh yeah, you talking about late 80s, brother. Talking about late 80s going into the 90s. No, but if nobody else has anything else on this one, then we're gonna go ahead and keep it pushing. So if you just now tuning in, make sure you get a video a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the conversation, the link is pinned to the top of the chat with a yellow box. Click that StreamYard link, and I will bring you up on the panel. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and keep the show pushing to the next question. And the next question is this: are high value traits innate or learnable? Once again, are high value traits innate, means you're born with it, or are they learnable?
Ooh. Damn.
I can see the wheels turning.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the wheels turning in real time. This is what I like. Yes, I like this. I like this.
Okay, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to say they're learnable.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is due to the traits that I've learned in my family that my dad has taught down to me. So the high value traits that he's taught to me, that of course, because they were taught to me of someone who I value, I consider them high value traits. So I would assume that you don't grow, like you're birthed into traits, because that's not necessarily how that works. They develop over time.
Okay. So then what do you can you give us a couple of examples of some traits that would be learnable over time? Because I know I agree with you. It's just for additional context for the people that are watching. What do you think are some examples of learnable high value traits in your opinion?
Like money management.
Okay.
Well, yeah, money management. Time management. That's a good one. I still struggle with that even to this day.
No, you're not alone.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, a lot of things that we're taught when we're younger are learnable traits, like, education, kind of trying to like think outside of the box, sports. So I would assume anything high value. Not saying that everything that can be taught is considered high value, but it's all under the same perspective of how you hold it. Because if you consider something high value, like you could be taught how to be lazy and consider that a high value trait. So it's all about how you perceive what you're taught.
Well, can you really teach somebody how to be lazy, or are humans just naturally lazy?
It's teachable.
Really?
Well, I believe it's both, because
Really?
it can be taught. If no one is taught anything better, then it becomes innate, because it's natural for us as human beings to be lazy, to have downtime, to enjoy our downtime, and then it turns into being lazy because we don't want to experience anything other than that.
So is laziness an innate trait, or is it learnable? Because you kind of said both.
Yeah, I did say both. You know what? I won't say
Gotcha, bitch.
I won't say it's innate. I won't say it's innate. I'll say it's learnable.
So laziness is learnable.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say I'm a super high productive, I'm super ambitious. Hey, I'm on Elon Musk type of time right now.
Mm-hmm.
What steps do I have to take? Like, teach me how to dial it back and not prioritize the money. I'm trying to be lazy, bro. You gotta give me the game. What's the first step to me learning how to be lazy? Let's go.
First step is you go get some alcohol. You go get the blunt. You know what I'm saying? And you you chill back and vibe. No, I'm joking. But I mean that would be like on the extreme end of like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go, bonkers. We're gonna hit the wall. We're gonna do a lot of stuff. But in a sense, it's just relax, calm down, think of things that can take your mind off of being so hyper focused on your goals of achieving great things in life.
Yeah, but is that really being lazy, or is that like leisure and recreation?
Well, that's leisure and recreation. That's downtime. What would be considered lazy is when you overindulge in that to where you do nothing but those things.
Oh, okay. I got you. So that still doesn't necessarily make it learnable, because I was with you, but see, I think that laziness is an innate thing, and it's so innate. It's human beings are born so lazy that the Bible actually talks about this in Proverbs. Not to make this a Bible study panel, but based on what the Bible tells us, it talks about not being lazy. I mean, you can look it up. It's in Proverbs. I don't remember the exact chapter in Scripture, but it does talk about that. And there are examples of laziness. There's actually a story in the Bible where you had a guy that had 3 people working for him, and then he paid each of them at the end of the week or at the end of the day. And one person took what he made, he went and invested it and doubled it. He paid him 10 pieces of silver or something like that. 10 pieces of silver. He took it and invested it, doubled it, and then gave the 10 pieces of silver back to his master. The second person, he paid him 5 pieces of silver. He went back, hustled it, doubled it, came back to the master, and then paid him the 5 pieces of silver back. So they both came up on some profit. But the third one, he paid him 1 piece of silver, and then that guy, he took it and buried it in the ground. And then his master got mad.
Mm-hmm.
You can look that up too.
Interesting. It's interesting, right? Because our Constitution does say we hold these truths self-evident that all men are created equal. And I personally think that is 100% wrong statement. I think everybody is created unequally. We all have different talents. Some of us are fat, some of us are short, some of us are strong, some of us are weak. Therefore, none of us are born with equal attributes, right? We're not all born equally strong, mentally facilitated, and things like that. So I also think that people are born with high value traits. And I think they can be lazy and fail in life. And I think some people are not born with high value traits. but I think they're all learnable. So if I teach somebody who was born with high value traits, high values, they will succeed tremendously if I teach them well. If I teach somebody that wasn't born with high value traits, I think they also can succeed, not as well as the person born with high value traits, right? We're all born differently. And sometimes, I mean, as a parent of 3 kids, and I actually used to teach kids as well. So I've actually worked with hundreds and hundreds of kids throughout my life. I've learned that, like, you can't use the same teaching style for every kid. You have to look at what they were born with, and you have to adjust your teaching to what they're born with to cultivate their attributes, right? So if you have a high value trait kid, they're probably actually going to be harder to train to be high value because they're going to be more adversarial. They're already in this mind of like doubting. High value trait people typically tend to be more doubting. So like you can't put them in much structure as you would somebody that's more trusting. That person you can actually probably move into a high value trait because they're so trusting, right? But you have to look at everybody differently. It is learnable and it is born, right? If you're not born with it, it can be trained, but maybe not as well as somebody is born with it. And I mean, we just have to admit it. We're not all the same. We're not all the same trainable. It's just
True.
Yes, everything's learnable, but some of us are like, our bodies are not born to be Olympians. And you can't train a kid that is born weak at birth and throughout his life to be the number 1 gold winning medalist. You're going to train him to be something else.
True.
I agree with you.
Ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I wish I was looking like one of those people from American Gladiators. Sometimes, but can't do it.
I agree with you that we're all born different with different traits. Like some people are born with the ability to learn easier than others, and others a little slower than others. Like others are hands-on, others are visual learners, some are audio learners. I do agree with that. But I don't know. I feel like with my and don't hold me to what I say because I'm the youngest here. So the amount of knowledge that I have completely does not compare to anyone else here. But just from what I've witnessed in my past, I've witnessed that being lazy is a learnable trait, not necessarily innate. So that's just from my perspective, though.
And I would agree 100% that laziness is a learnable trait. And this goes back to the original question, the pre-question we had, right? And high value, right? So as a father, if I'm sitting in front of the couch and my wife's like, this house is dirty, I'm like, whatever, clean it. And I'm just watching TV. I'm teaching my children how to be lazy. I am teaching them to be lazy, right? This is what would set 2 different guys apart. A guy that's sitting in front of the TV, ignoring his wife, drinking beer, watching a football game, and his son's watching him, and he's talking back to his wife. This would be teaching my son lazy traits, in my opinion.
I agree.
Do you believe in gender roles or no?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely generals, right? I mean, for sure.
Okay, so if you believe in gender roles and
gender roles. I'm sorry. I thought you said general. I apologize.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
In general, I am agreeing. Gender roles. Yes, yeah. I also do agree with gender roles, but I do have a slight different view than most of my writers on that, but I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so if you believe in gender roles, because I'm going off of the example that you gave, right? So if the wife is noticing that something needs to be cleaned up and the husband says, oh, well, just go ahead and knock it out real quick, or however he says it, I would argue that that's kind of reinforcing certain things in the household, not necessarily teaching his kids to be lazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you let me set the scene that I was thinking in my mind when I said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking of me in a wife beater t-shirt, drink on my like 10th beer with my smelly socks from 3 days ago still on, laying back on the couch watching a football game, going "F off, wife." I'm watching the football game, right? That's what I was visualizing in my mind, and to me, that is not a good role model to my son. Now, granted, yes, okay, so I do. We do have gender roles in our family, right? I am the primary decision maker. But I don't mind actually helping my wife when she's got to run and do something and like maybe cleaning some dishes and things like that. Like, it doesn't mean that I never clean. But yeah, when I was thinking about laziness, I was thinking about that father sitting on the couch, promoting, like, my son looks at me and goes, "I want to be like dad. I want to wear a wife beater sitting on the couch with 3-day-old socks," right? Like, that's promoting and teaching laziness.
10 beers in, you're having a good day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I can only think of one person with the laziness character, and here he is, Mr. Al Bundy.
So he's like typical, like,
laziness. even though he's behind the counter of a shoe store in Married with Children, but still lazy.
Yeah, and look at that show actually has some realism to it in the sense that none of his kids were successful. They were like his daughter was a whore, his son was an idiot, right? Like, I mean, you might go, "Hey, this is horrible, like, white American television promoting a lazy dad," but they didn't promote that his kids were successful either, right? Like, they stayed consistent with the story.
Mm-hmm.
And Peg barely got on the success train her damn self. Just saying, that whole family was just. But that was funny to watch.
But you know why? It's because men actually, like, American white men, were looking at that going, "Oh, finally, somebody is relating my story," which actually tells a really bad story about America, where they're like, it was so popular because men were like, "That is me. That is who I am. That is the story I'm bringing onto my kids. I don't want to be Al Bundy. I hope I never am Al Bundy." It is funny as fuck to watch, but it's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, with the examples that you guys gave, I don't necessarily think that you can teach somebody how to be lazy. I think what you're doing is you're reinforcing the laziness.
Well, reinforcing is teaching.
Not necessarily.
How?
Well, because you have to learn something before you reinforce it. It's the same way, like if you train a dog. You can't reinforce something that hasn't been taught yet. But in my opinion, I think that human beings laziness is innate. So you're just reinforcing it by not pushing them to do better. You're not teaching.
Well, I think high value is innate, and I think laziness is innate. And I think through good parenting, you can do your best on teaching them how to navigate through that. Sometimes you'll succeed, sometimes you'll fail.
Yeah, see, by my reality says, I think you're talking about enabling. Yeah, see, it's like if you're not pushing them to be better, you're actually enabling the laziness. Like they're already lazy, but then if you're not telling them something different, then you're just enabling and continuing to reinforce the lack of action.
That you know what? That's why I was about to get ready to ask you. I was about to ask you. Are you trying to say that we're at default lazy, but if you're trying to, but if someone's trying to teach you how to be way better than lazy, and wouldn't that be teachable? And I guess the answer to that would be yes. So, yeah, you just pretty much answered the question I was about to get ready to ask you. So
yeah, because think about this. Yeah, because think about it. The question is, are high value traits innate or learnable, right? So to Sarah Zezel's point earlier, you're not born knowing how to do a lot of things, right? Somebody has to teach you how to talk. Somebody has to teach you how to walk. Somebody has to teach you how to use the restroom properly. Somebody has to teach you how to ride a bike. Somebody has to teach you how to tie your shoes. Somebody has to teach you how to read. Somebody has to teach you how to write. All of those things would be considered high value traits that you're not born knowing how to do, depending on what you decide to do with them in life, right? So reading, writing, and speaking are fundamental to us being able to navigate through life and survive. I would argue that those three things set the baseline for you to, pursue high value greatness, because you don't want to be around. You don't.
Do they equate to high value directly?
Depending on how you use them. I said it sets the
Correct,
foundation.
Correct. And so that's the next step.
Wait, say that again.
Oh, I would say, so after you teach those first three things, right, then the next step is building the high value traits, right?
Yeah, that sets the baseline.
Yeah, but would you not? So I have three kids. Once again, I'm using my antidotes. They're not all the same. One is really lazy, and I have to spend a lot more time with him building him up. So I don't think he was built. I don't think he was born with the high value traits. But I'm still working on installing them. Now I have one kid who, before I even say it, they're like, "I'm already doing that, Dad. I'm on top of it. I'm going ahead of schedule. I'm on top of everything." Right? Like some are easier to teach than others, but They definitely were born with different instincts, and there's definitely more effort that has to be put into some than others.
Okay.
You're
absolutely right. Yeah,
you're not all born the same.
No, you're right. You're right, because the personality plays into it.
Yeah. Totally.
How we process, how we
fine.
process information plays into it. Our personality traits play into it. The way we communicate our thoughts plays into it. There's a lot that goes into it. But as far as like the high value traits, because if you got to really think about this, being an effective communicator in and of itself is a very high value trait. Why? Because most people don't know how to articulate themselves.
That's true. That's very true. I struggle with that even to this day.
Exactly. So being able to not only carry a conversation, but being able to frame things in a way that gets people thinking, and then keeping people engaged, it's a skill. Most people can't do it. Most people cannot do it. You see what I'm saying? So that's just the communication part of it, right? Now, think about people that write novels, people that write. Reading, writing, and speaking. Those are the baseline traits that we're taught from a young age, right? Those in and of itself are high value traits, in my opinion. Why? Because if there are people that can't read, write, or speak, we instantly know that there's something wrong. We instantly know that they don't have the tools that they're supposed to have. If a person can't read, there's a term for it. It's called can't read or write. It's called illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? There you go. So, like I said, being able to read, write, and speak are fundamental to us being able to navigate through life and survive. Those in and of itself are high value traits, because if one of them is missing, it creates a significant amount of problems in your developmental stages in life. That's why we can instantly tell that something is wrong with the child if they're not able to speak by a certain age. If a child doesn't know how to speak and they're 6 years old, something ain't right.
Yeah.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
So they weren't born equal, and they have to be trained differently, right? Something's wrong. So they were not born with the innate traits.
Mm-hmm.
Now the question basically would be, can they be teachable at that point? Because I mean, I think we just both conceded that not everybody is born with innate traits, right? It's just. And here's the other thing about this, right? What is the innate traits? Are the innate traits writing, vocabulary, mathematics, science, art? Like, what is the optimal innate traits that we're looking for in a birth? And this kind of goes back to what I was saying before. You have to look at each child and how they're born. And yes, things are learnable. Now, if my daughter is born with extreme artistic ability, should I force her to learn mathematics, or should I nurture the gift that she was born with, right? So what is an innate high value trait? Is it art? Is it money? Is it entrepreneurship? I mean, we can get convoluted on this all over the place, but ultimately I just say my original statement, not all of us are born equal. We're all born different, but we all should have equal rights to succeed in our own way. And hopefully we have a high value parent that is in there nurturing and seeing how we were born and what our traits are.
Well, I don't think the high value traits are innate because they have to be taught. Again, somebody has to teach you how to read.
You don't think somebody's born with better mathematical skills right out of the womb? You think that somehow environment made their mathematical skills better, or somebody is born more artistic or more fluent in language?
It has to be taught.
So we have no personalities. So our personalities are taught too.
Not necessarily, they're developed.
All right, so we're born a blank slate. We're a white canvas, and our parents basically mold us in everything. Therefore, if I want my child to be an athlete, I just have to teach them to be an athlete. If I want them to be a writer, I just have to teach them to be a writer. If I want them to be an artist, I just have to teach them to be an artist.
Well, this is the thing. We are born with blank slates. However, we are born with default settings. If you think about it, okay, I'll look at it like this. We're all phones, right? So when you get a brand new phone, it has all its space, but there's default apps that are on the phone that you can't get rid of. Now, I can take my phone and put whatever I want in it to customize it and make it my phone. So if you look at my phone, if you look at my phone,
see, I would say that's a half truth. I would say that everybody that's born is born with different apps on the phone as soon as it comes out of the vagina, right? So you got an iPhone with these apps. This person got an iPhone with this app. You had 5 kids, and they all spit out iPhones with different apps. And then you could look at those apps and decide what other apps you want to add on there that will encourage the apps that they were born with to succeed or not. Yeah, I don't think we're all born with the same default apps. I think we're all born with different apps. I think, for all 4 of us here, I think one of us was born with a debate skill. One of us was born with a math skill. One of us was born with a writing skill. One was born with a singing skill, right? And we all came out different.
Yeah.
I don't think we are the molders of our children. We can mold our children. We can shape it, but we still have to shape it based on what they were born with.
Right. But the only way you'll know what to shape them with is you knowing that it's not there to begin with.
What's not there in the beginning?
I think that has to do a lot with
being able to read, write, and speak. Like, see, it all comes back to being able to read, write, and speak, because you can't do anything outside of anything if you're not able to read, write, and or speak. Like, you have to have at least two of those skills in order to do anything. You can think all day, but if you can't read, write, or speak, then there's no way for you to communicate it.
Yes, these are basic.
Right. That's why sign language and Braille was created for people that can't see. It's still a form of communication. Okay, so it's still a form of speaking. It's still a form of communication.
Yeah, I mean, so we're teaching them that, but you're not saying that they weren't born with some apps that you didn't know about, that you never even knew about. Maybe they were born with Minesweeper and you suck at Minesweeper. But you taught them to read, write, and communicate. And now you learn through their communication that you taught them that they're actually talented at something that you're not even aware of, right? Something maybe you're not even good at. I mean, and it's interesting because we know that children in their early development ages, the neurons in their brains are forming, and they form based on what we interact them with. That's why everybody's like, teach your kids starting at 3 immediately. And there used to be this crazy idea that like Asians were better at music than the rest of the world. Now there's a lot of science behind that actually shows that Chinese children are much better at music than Western people, not because they're Chinese, but because the Chinese language has so many tonal inflections in it that they wire all these neurons in their brain only because they're speaking Chinese, not because they're the race Chinese, that they put these neurons together that are much more tonal, that makes them better at music because their brains were wired based on the language, not based on their race, to be better at that, right? So, I mean, we know that kids' minds can be molded. We know the neurons are coming together, but we also know that we all are born unique and our brains all do work a little bit different. And it's our nurturing that brings the best out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Because there are things that human beings are born with, but again, there's no way for you to know what's in there if you don't teach them how to read, write, and speak.
Well, I mean, I kind of disagree a little bit. I'm going to get the best communication once they learn how to read, write, and speak. But as soon as all my kids were born, I started noticing things about them before they could read, write, or speak. And I started noticing their differences. Start seeing, like, my son was super strong, super flexible. I saw that he had a physical capability of him immediately, right? He didn't need to tell me, Dad, I'm strong. I saw it immediately. As he developed, I started watching that, and I kept on reinforcing it through sports. And then with my daughter too, like before she started speaking, like I saw what she would crawl to. They were speaking to me before they could read, write, or speak. I 100% agree. We need to teach all humans how to read, write, and speak. But at the same time, I'm saying as parents, you can see it way before they read, write, and speak.
Yeah, because there's a such thing as kids being child prodigies, where it's like there are children that are born that have way better comprehension skills and the ability to understand things faster than most kids. But at the same time, in order for them to really let that blossom, they have to be able to read, write, or speak.
Agreed.
You see how it keeps coming back to that? Because think about it. There are child prodigies.
Let me just pause for a second. So
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to steel man this, right? So this is where I maybe we're not disagreeing here. Maybe we are. I feel like you're saying that every kid is born a blank slate, and once they learn to read, write, and speak, then we can mold them into any direction if we're doing it well. And I think my argument is I don't think every kid is born a blank slate. I think they're already a palette of things they can excel at. And once they learn to read, write, and speak, and even probably before that, if you're observant as a parent, we can start observing some of the talents they have and start nurturing those talents.
No, you're right. But see, here's the thing. I think that all of us are born blank slates to a degree, right? Because one of the default apps that we all know how to do is blink. We know how to breathe, and we know how to swallow. We know how to relieve ourselves. We know how to sleep. You don't have to teach anybody that. That's something we come out the womb knowing how to do already.
Yeah, so I'm going to agree and disagree. I don't think we're blank slates. I really do think everybody is born with innate talents. And I think it's crucial as a high value parent to pay attention to your children and understand what those are. We still need to teach them to read, write, and things like that. But, you know, if they want to be a dancer and you're trying to make them a doctor, you're going to fail. You're going to fail every time. That kid's going to end up on the street because you didn't see that they were born to be something different than what you wanted them to be born. You know, I think that's a big failure just to assume that everybody's a blank slate. So I think it's really, but I think everybody is born with a really great or multiple great talents. And I think as a respectable parent, it's your job to like keep your eyes open and nurture whatever those talents are.
I believe that. I'm with you 100% on that. But here's the difference though. And I know I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. But where a lot of people go wrong, and I'm not going to say all, but where a lot of parents do go wrong in that area is that they don't take the time to teach their kids other things, and they just focus so much on that where it's not like a solid game plan to it. I'll give you an example. So you have kids, right, that may or may not be interested in certain things, right? But then in some instances, the parents of those kids will see that, and then they'll take it and they'll do something to where it'll benefit them and not necessarily the child. A perfect example of this is that show Toddlers and Tiaras where they do the little kids beauty pageants.
Oh God.
Oh, Joe Jackson and Michael Jackson.
Yep. Because you do have children that do have some degree of talent, like you said before, because I agree with you. But then you'll have parents that will see that and then take advantage of it and exploit it for their own good. The same thing happened with Macaulay Culkin.
That dude was a great actor.
That's why he didn't want to deal with his family no more. See what I'm saying?
That's funny. That's funny you mentioned Macaulay Culkin. I seen something on Facebook.
Because Vibe is right. Vibe is right.
Yeah.
Kids are often born with special talents and traits that take a little time for you to notice, but then in order for the kids to be good at those talents, they need the ability to read, write, and speak to where it'll make it easier for you to nurture them and teach them how to harness their power and really hone their skills effectively. So you can be born with all these talents in the world, but if you don't know how to communicate with it, then it's useless. It's useless. And you know what? I'll give you a very solid example of this, of being able to read, write, and speak being high value traits that are teachable.
Helen Keller.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I didn't even think of that.
Yep. Yep.
Wait a minute. What are you saying?
Helen Keller.
Oh, never mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Helen Keller had to be taught. Helen Keller had to be taught. Now that's an extreme example. It's a very extreme example. I know. However, but she had someone that was there with her named Anne Sullivan that was there with her day in, day out, that taught her everything she needed to know. And because of that, she was a very accomplished college graduate through those high value
And would her teacher not be considered high value?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But you're right. But here's the thing. Most people don't know the name of the person who was teaching her. They just know the person who achieved the success.
True, but that kind of goes against your original argument of high value.
Not really.
Because you were saying everybody needs to know about this person. They need to have made an impact mentally on the world. And now you're saying, and I asked you, was her teacher high value? You said absolutely, but nobody knows her name, which goes against your original value of saying the high value.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Because the argument I made was about the reputation, having a solid name that people can look up to and aspire to be.
Okay.
So if no one really knows who Anne Sullivan is, which a lot of people don't, well, then how can you aspire to be somebody and you don't even know who they are? You never heard of them. How can you do that? They look at Helen Keller because Helen Keller is the final product of the teachings of Anne Sullivan, but they're looking at the person who was able to make things happen based on what they were taught, which is those high value skills I mentioned.
That kind of goes back to the last panel a little bit.
You see what I'm saying? So people look at Helen Keller and they say, man, this woman was deaf and blind and she was able to do something. So you don't really have an excuse. She was able to achieve greatness despite having different forms of limitations. But
and see, here I would argue that Helen Keller was born with high value traits. Because I would say that most people born in Helen Keller's scenario, even given a great teacher, probably would have failed. In all the training and effort put into her. But she was born with a trait that allowed her to elevate past her deaf and dumbness, right? And I would say she was born with that trait. Not everybody, I don't think everybody's born with that trait. I still think it's learnable. I don't think you're going to succeed as well if you learn it versus if you're born with it. I think people that are born with it will succeed better than people that learned it. But I think it's learnable and it's born.
Yeah, but you're not born knowing how to read, write, and speak.
Yeah, but you don't have to be. Like, this goes back to the blank slate. Like, you're either born with traits or you're born as a blank slate. And my argument is we're born with traits. Before we know how to read, write, and communicate to you what our traits are, we are all born with a talent.
But that's not a trait.
That is a trait. A trait and a talent is the same thing. I have a talent for doing this. My trait is being able to do that. The same thing. I think all of us are born with certain things that we're really good at, and I think a lot of us in life fail because we actually aren't pursuing our actual born trait. We actually end up like going, oh, I have to make money. I'm going to go work here. This is even what my specialty is. This is not what I was born to do. This is not what I'm great at. And I would say most people fail in life or stay mediocre because they're not actually portraying their born trait. But I think everybody is born with traits. And I don't know if all of them are in your category of high value, because high value is something that everybody in the world knows about. But I think we're all born with a trait. I don't think we're all born blank canvases. And I do think parents can change us. They can pretend like we're a blank canvas. They can try to make us into something we're not. They can try to take us out of our trait and push us to another trait. And if you have a success-driven or affirmation type of driven background, maybe you'll do really good at that, even though it's not what you like, just to make your parents happy. Like, I mean, I just totally disagree that we're born blank slates. I think the language, talking, and learning stuff makes it easier for the parent to understand what their traits are.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, see, my argument is this: reading, writing, and speaking are the baseline. So that's the foundation. So once you teach your kids that, whatever they have in here or whatever talents they have, they can start to hone it and gain skill in it.
I agree with that. But
That's
wouldn't
my
you
argument.
say that I don't think it's an argument in the sense that, don't you think they were already born with the certain traits they have prior to learning how to communicate it to you?
Yeah, but no one sees
I
the value.
agree that we need to teach them to learn, read, write, and speak, right?
Right. But here's the
don't
thing.
You think they had it before they learned to communicate it?
You can have it, but it doesn't have value unless you're good at it.
Efficient.
It doesn't hold value unless you're good at it.
But okay.
I think we should change the word good to efficient because
Okay. We could juxtapose that and say efficient. It doesn't hold any value to anybody unless you're efficient at it.
But here we have this new human that has a talent,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And it's inefficient to everybody because it's not benefiting anybody until they turn into Einstein, right? Now,
Okay.
it's benefiting people. So here we are looking at every newborn child as an opportunity to be the next Picasso, next Einstein, the next Shakespeare, the next Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to do is I want to address that before they can read, write, and speak, that we actually do recognize that they were not born a blank slate. They were born, God said, I knew you before you were born. He had a purpose for you. He knew, right? Now, hopefully he put you with parents and he gave us free will, right? So unfortunately, the parents might be doing their own free will thing, but hopefully he put them in a scenario where that parent's going to go, okay, I know you can't read, I know you can't write, but I'm going to start watching you. I'm going to start looking at your talents. I'm going to teach you to read. I'm going to teach you to write. And when you decide that you want to be a ballet dancer and you're a boy, and I go, oh no, boys don't do ballet. I'm going to do everything against your born talent. And by the way, you can do ballet and still be a man and still have a wife. But this is not a trans conversation or gay conversation.
Right.
Saying, it's kind of like the parent needs to recognize that this boy is very flexible. He's very good at dance. He likes moving at things and he wants to be a man. He wants to be a boy. And I need to recognize that I'm not going to change him into mechanical engineering.
Right. No, I agree with you that kids are born with talent, but the follow-up to that is that it doesn't hold any value until you're efficient at it.
But we have to recognize, one, if we want them to be the high value that you defined prior, which is the world recognizing, that we have to recognize that they have the talent when they're born. We teach them to read, write, and speak, and we communicate with them, and we build them, we understand them, and if they're lacking any of the strengths, like if they have a problem waking up in the morning, as the man of the family, we go, you wake up. Doesn't matter if you don't want to wake up. If you like, we start teaching them. They might have the innate ability to be high value, but they might need a parent in there to push that high value.
True. Which means that it becomes learnable.
I would once again say this kind of goes where I could actually take the ballet dancer and start pushing him to be a doctor, and I could push him to have the values of saving human lives, and I could make him a doctor, and he might be a good doctor. He might be miserable in his life. He might not make a name for himself because it's not his passion. He could be really good at it, and he might never kill somebody on the operating board and might have a very successful career at being a doctor, but it was not his passion and not what he was designed to do.
So is your passion always synonymous with what your purpose is?
Well, my point on that was, you're saying, is it learnable? Yes, it's learnable, but he will never be the best doctor. The best doctor is going to be the one that was born with the talent of being wanting to just full-heartedly wanted to be a doctor. I forced my kid that wasn't born with that talent to be a good doctor and a very successful doctor, but not the best doctor. He'll never be the best doctor because that was not the talent he was born with. So
that's
yes,
not necessarily true.
It is learnable. It is learnable, but he'll never be the best if it's not the trait he was born with.
Okay, so if that's the case, then explain to me why Michael Jordan started off playing baseball, but then he ended up playing basketball, which was something that he didn't really care for, but then he became better at basketball than he was at baseball.
Well, probably because his parents told him to do baseball.
No, but
where his natural talent was.
Right, but his natural talent was for baseball. but he ended up
Did he
being
do better? Did he do better in baseball than all the other baseball players, or did he do better in basketball than all the other basketball players?
he did better in basketball.
Okay,
That's where his legacy. But see, that's where his legacy stems from. Basketball was not Michael Jordan's first choice. Baseball was.
Okay, so your kid's first choice isn't always what they were born to be.
So then that kind of kills your argument about the natural born talent. Then
No, it doesn't. Sometimes, I mean, I don't know how many people have children on this panel, but like my kids, they're like my daughter's like, I want to be a vet, but I can see that her natural talent is not a veterinarian. Like she is so good at like English and reading and writing. She's so good at doing poems. She's like 9 years old and I can't believe what she's writing. It's already like 18-year-old level. That's her talent. But she's like, I want to be a vet. Okay, so Michael Jordan wanted to play baseball. That doesn't necessarily mean that was his natural talent.
right.
Michael Jordan's talent was being flat-footed.
No, but think about it though. If you really think about it though, just because a person might be talented in something doesn't necessarily mean that that's the purpose for their life.
You know, and I'll agree with that. I was waiting for that argument. I already put that through my mind.
All right,
real
If I
quick.
were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it! Now that was impressive.
So who do you?
All right, everybody, we got a new person on the panel.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like
All
that.
right,
Shit
brother.
like
I
that.
know who you are, but the people on the panel and in YouTube land don't know who you are. So go ahead and give yourself a brief introduction to the people and let them know who you are, brother.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Chris. How y'all doing?
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so you came in. Yeah, I'm glad you decided to pull up, sir. I see you having Modelo time and you shooting pool or whatever you got going on. But you came in at a great point in the conversation because the question right now is, are high value traits innate or learnable? What you got on that? What you think?
Are high traits innate or learnable?
Yeah, high value traits innate, meaning you're born with it, or are they learnable? What you got?
Okay. So I have a few opinions on that. I feel like it's kind of like a great champion, right? Let's take boxing for example.
Okay.
Yeah, your pops might be great and he might go down as a GOAT, but it's not like they have the same. They might have the same expectations of you, but you might not fulfill those shoes. Only because the work was put in different. Someone was hungrier, and if you get close to like not the same level of greatness, but right outside the radar, it's because you put in the as much work as you could as a person. I don't feel like there's a limit to anybody, but someone was hungrier, and I feel like that was learned. A lot of people think that this guy was great, and you're his product, you might be greater or just the same level of greatness, but it's not hereditary. I don't think it's passed down. I think it's a lot of it has to do with like learning and having different struggles. You know what I mean?
So okay. So if you're reducing it to someone being hungrier and being willing to go through different struggles, I don't think having hunger is something that you teach. I think having hunger is something that you're born with, but you have to be taught different ways to fulfill that hunger.
Exactly. Like your environments are way different. Because take Bill Gates for example. He has kids.
Okay.
Mark Zuckerberg might not have kids, but if he did, it's not guaranteed that his kid might be just as smart because Mark Zuckerberg started from zero. Bill Gates started from zero. Maybe not zero completely, but they were dealt with different resources. Now, if their son were to take over a company, they already started off on a way different level from where they started. So it's kind of given to them. their kids, but like I said, I feel like hunger builds character, and that character
Mm,
shows who they become to be later in life.
okay. So let me ask you a question then. Because I think I know what you might say, but I'm not sure. I'm not gonna try to put words in your mouth or whatever. Do you
What's up?
what do you think matters more in the grand scheme of things? A person who has talent or a person who works hard?
Shit. Okay, hold on. My boy Gabriel was saying, what do you say, bitch? Work harder? He's saying that a person that works hard, uh, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the question is, in the grand scheme of things, what matters more? Having talent or a person that works harder? Like a person having talent or a person that works hard?
Oh shit! He was like, depends on their dedication. Because you can have a person with talent but lazy, and they won't get anywhere. But if you have a person with grit, dedication, shit, I mean, that alone just speaks for itself. They're gonna get somewhere. It's kind of like speaking things into existence. What's that word with? Manifesting. I feel like manifesting is really powerful, and someone that works hard is constantly in the state of manifesting.
Mm. So what?
Yeah.
So hey, so
I
vibe.
actually like that answer.
Hey, so vibe. What you think about that? Because you were hung up on the kids born with talent thing, right?
Oh no! So no, I'm going to give him some credit here because I'm actually going to say, and maybe this is going to go against the grain. I think the majority of people born with innate talent that could be astronomically good
Uh huh.
What's it?
fail. I think people with really high talent and really high IQs tend to fail a lot, and they might just end up with a job at Burger King because their minds are just so far out there. It's that rare combination when you have good mentoring and extreme talent through not just your parents but your community that builds that talent. So I think there's a lot of talented people out there that never meet their potential. I think there's a lot of people out there that are successful that didn't have an innate talent, but they were driven, right? So there is a difference there. But at the same time, thank you for. I'm dropping that bomb. My kids are asking for food. My wife's down in San Diego right now, coming back in a couple hours, so I got to feed them. Yeah, I know the matriarchy isn't working tonight, but
Hey, I got to give you one of these, bro. No, but if you gotta, no, if you gotta hop off and go take care of the family, I understand. You know, the family matters. You know, you always got to put your family first and make sure that they straight. So if you got to take off, hey, it's all good, man. You know, you always welcome to come up and pull up on the panel. You always got a place here on the platform, brother.
I appreciate it. And none of space. I mean, I know went back and forth. I always love your discussion. It's really good back and forth. Appreciate you, brother. Love you, brother. Love everybody on the panel.
Real quick. So I got a question for you. So do you think that my ability to communicate and hold conversations and keep people engaged, do you think that was something innate, or do you think that was learnable? Uh-oh.
I think you were born with a gift of gab.
Really? You think so?
For sure. For sure.
You've
got a talent. You've got a talent. That was a born talent. You got it.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think it's learnable too, but not like I think if I were to try to teach somebody your skill, I think they'd only be half as good as you, but they would still get engagement.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I can accept that. Well, because I used to be a really shy kid when I was younger, so it's like I had to do things to put myself out there to get to this point. Because I used to be a real shy kid. So when I was in 6th grade, I decided, you know what? I wanted to take theater because I wanted to actually be skilled in something.
It's part of how you were born.
And then
it was progression, and you worked through that progression.
Right. And then plus, I used to get made fun of for not being necessarily articulate and having an extensive vocabulary. So it's like certain things helped shape me to what I am today. I wasn't always like this. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I wasn't always like this, brother.
All right, gotta go. Kids are screaming at me right now. Sorry.
All right, take it easy, man.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
All right, okay, okay.
Man.
So, Coley.
Oh, finally.
Yeah. Coley, what you got on the topic, brother? Are high value traits innate or learnable?
By the way, before I answer this question, somebody tell WWE NXT we're going to be long tonight. Earlier, way earlier, back in 1975, I thought I had an answer, but then I got confused. but then ultimately, I came to the answer of, I say, really for me, it's 50-50 because as the pair of y'all was talking about for the longest, like some high value traits can actually be learnable, but at the same time, but at the same time, there's things that are innate. Like for example, y'all was talking about the whole lazy bit for quite a while or whatnot, and excuse me, yeah,
That's Jared Ezzo's fault.
Yeah, but yeah, like that. But yeah, we're technically all born with a clean slate. So as one of the commenters said, I don't know if it was by my realty or apparel 3766 that said it, but basically continuing the laziness and trying to teach it to another person or whatever, that's basically that's basically counseling itself like an algebraic expression, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But if you teach, but as you say, if you teach them how to how to clean, cook, clean, cook, blink their eye, eat, breathe, all that other good stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's enabling them to learn different things and stuff like that. Now when it comes to a personal level, like knowing what your talent / craft is,
mm-hmm.
then that to me, I think it's like innate, because that's something that you have, because that's something that you quote unquote have to be born with or whatnot. Cause like I'm gonna use myself as an example. Me, like me knowing electronics like I do or whatever. Like,
like this?
Yeah.
No, knowing electronics enough to do this. Hey, shout out to you, man.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit
Hey,
like that.
I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, man.
I told you I'm gonna be working behind the scenes, man.
Yes,
Look.
sir. Yes, sir.
But me learning electronics or whatever, I blame my mom, but I don't blame my mom, if that makes sense. Like she was in the gadgets too. Like she had that big old camcorder, like a RCA camcorder or whatever. And I always and me, me being curious, I want to know how the thing worked or whatever. So like so I learned how to work or whatever, And then I watching TV shows like America's Funniest Home Videos. So I learned how to do videos off just off of those two things. You know what I'm saying? Fast forward to now, I'm working with stuff like like the Adobe family, the Wondershare family. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep, I know all about that, brother. I know all about that.
like I teach like I teach myself. I teach myself like a lot of new things or whatever, but at the same time that falls under that falls under the category of my craft. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like computers. My mom had an old Packard Bear computer. This was before that was known as Hewlett Packard. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And like like my mom didn't really have no important stuff on there. Like she just got the computer just to have games on there and stuff for real.
Mm.
But she had like the floppy disk to install the program, install Windows on there just in case the computer goofed. I learned myself while my mom was at work how how to install and reinstall Windows just in case the computer goofed, or if someone else's computer goofed, I would know how to do it.
Hey, I low key did the same thing, bro.
Yeah.
Low key did the same thing. No, because it's like my first experience when it came to computers was in second grade. And the first computer that I ever messed with was a Mac.
See. Let me guess. Were you playing the Oregon Trail?
Yeah. That.
I knew it.
Yep. Yeah, I was playing Oregon Trail, and a lot of people don't know this game whenever I bring it up. Have you heard of this game called Number Munchers?
Yes. It's this weird green looking guy
with the frogs.
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one, but yeah, I played that game, and because this was back when it was called Macintosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is back when the Apple logo was
a colorful looking apple.
Yeah, it was the rainbow stripe apple, and the mouse had that one button.
They were pre-alphabet people before,
Yeah, you ain't lying. Definitely ain't lying about that. No, and then a game that we played a lot was this game called Kid Picks.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, it was like this game where it had a bunch of mini games on it, but it was learning stuff. You'll have to look it up. Yeah, you'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I have to.
But as far as like high value traits being innate or learnable, I think that they are learnable because it's certain things that you're not born with, right? That can lead to other things. So, for example, being able to effectively communicate and articulate things, that's something that has to be learned. Being able to calculate things and do things on the fly, that's something that has to be learned. Being in a leadership role and being able to be decisive in things like that, those are things that have to be learned. Being confident, being ambitious, and even being successful in a lot of different things. There's a lot of other traits that have to be learned in order to get you to that end result. So when Vibe was talking about, when he was using the example of the kid wanting to do ballet, you can have a natural talent and a passion for something, but if you're not taught certain skills, then like Sarah Zezel said, you won't be efficient enough, right? Because let's go back to that example. You have a kid that is passionate about ballet. They watch all the different movies and films. They love ballet, but if they're not good at it, then they can't necessarily see that passion turn into fruition. You see what I'm saying? I'll give you another example. Me, I love music, right? But for the longest time, I had no idea how to make anything. I was always passionate about it, but I had no idea how to make it. So my first experience with learning how to make music was back in middle school when we used to take our pens and make beats on the desk.
Yeah. Yeah. People were making hella beats with pens.
Right. So once I was So once I was doing that, I got really, really good at that. And in my head, I was always listening to music, whether as is with my CD player or whatever. But then I started thinking to myself, okay, well, what if I get a chance to actually make music, like make music? So then in 2005, I got introduced to FL Studio, which at that time it was called Fruity Loops,
Mm-hmm.
which is a program where you can make beats or whatever. And I had a buddy of mine that had it, and he was like, "Hey, man, I want to come show you something." All right, cool. So he was showing me on his computer, and he was showing me he was making his little beats or whatever, and I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. So I said, "Man, you know what? I need you to show me the basics of how to operate this." He said, "All right,
Right.
show me the basics because that's really all I need. Just show me the basics, and then just I'll figure everything else out." So long story short, he teaches me the basics. I start messing with it a little bit, and I spent the entire summer of 2005 either going to his house or going to another friend's house where I was able to download the program and install it on somebody else's computer. So whenever I go to one of my other friends' house, I would just be in there all day making stuff. And so I told the guy that taught me, his name is Felix. I told him, I said, "Hey, Felix, bro," I said, "once I get the hang of this, I'm going to be better than you at this." And he laughed at me and told me that instead of doing music, that I should do stand-up comedy because he thought what I said was a joke. Fast forward,
Oh,
fast forward, and he's younger than me. So fast forward to present day, this dude hits me up. He's like, "Man, I like the beats you making. Man, we gonna have to link up and do some. We gonna have to link up and do something. I might have to get some beats from you soon, bro."
see, he underestimated you.
Yeah, yeah. But the traits that I had gained along the way, which is the consistency, the persistence, you know, staying focused, staying locked in, staying dedicated to me wanting to learn and be good at something, that that took time. Those were learned behaviors. You know what I mean? I wasn't born with the ability to be consistent. I wasn't born with certain things. Like when it comes to traits that lead to creation, those have to be taught. Because you can have ideas in your head all day, but if you don't have anybody to teach you how to translate those ideas that you have in your head into reality, then they're just ideas. It's just the same thing with dreams. If you don't have any way to live out those dreams, then that's all they are, just dreams.
Mm-hmm.
But the traits that it takes to translate those dreams into reality, in my opinion, they have to be learned. I don't think you're born with it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has to show you something at some point.
Yeah.
And that's
In order for you to learn it, and then that's when you find out like what your gift is and stuff like that. Like
yeah,
like
yeah.
like I said in a few broadcasts ago, like a few shows ago rather. Like
Mhm.
I got a big fat keyboard stand in front of me right now. You know what I'm saying? Like and that was one of the things I always wanted to learn is how to play the piano, but no one ever taught me. No one ever, no, no, like no one ever had a chance to get into it or whatever. But now that I have a keyboard and now that I'm on vacation from school,
Uh-oh.
I can I can actually try to learn something. I don't care if it's an app I have to use. I don't care if it's I don't care if it's a how to from YouTube University.
Right.
I'm going to learn that sucker. So
Yeah, you got to, man. And you know what? Let me ask Sarah Zezo a question real quick. I got a question for you, brother.
What's up?
So I know that you have some things in life that you're passionate about that you think about on a daily basis, things that you dream about. When it comes to those things, what do you think some traits are that you would have to have in order to translate those dreams and passions into something that's tangible, in your opinion? I mean, you don't have to be specific about what it is, but what do you think would be some traits that you would need, in your opinion?
You have to be taught how to not give up. That's one.
Okay.
You gotta be taught
That's a
how to
big one.
persevere. It is. Because I find myself giving up a lot. And then I have to turn around and I'm just like, nah, I can't give up. I gotta keep going because this might turn into something amazing. And half the time it usually does.
We got Doug 0005 in the chat. He says, "Hey Coley, once you learn how to play the piano, you for sure gotta play as the time goes by."
Bang, bang.
Yo,
Shit
I
like
know.
that, shit like
I
that,
personally
shit like
know what it is. That's that's my homeboy. That's my homeboy Doug. Me and him. Sometimes on Saturdays we do a thing called Saturday Night Takeaway, where we talk about a whole bunch of nerdy shit, including closing logos and television shit or whatever. But yeah, but yeah, I would definitely take on your challenge. Once I learn how to do all that shit, that will be the first. That will be the first thing I'll work on. Playing my rendition from, as time goes by, I would definitely learn that rendition.
All right, so I'm gonna turn it back to Sarah. I know what kind of cut you off because you left off at saying learning how to persevere.
Yeah, persevering, that's one. Keeping your mind open to learning anything. Never close yourself off and never limit yourself. And whatever you're striving to do, have fun with it, because if you're not having fun with it, you won't continue to push yourself.
Oh, okay. Look, my boy coming through with a message for y'all.
Bang, bang.
Y'all better make sure y'all clip that,
shit like that.
take notes, use it as motivation, help yourself stay focused, positive, and motivated, and maintain those high value traits so you can make your dreams and ideas come to life.
You got for anything? Real though.
Yeah. You got Coley D. You got Coley D Studios 3012 in the chat. He says, challenge accepted. Big shout out to Coley D Studios. All right. So does anybody else have anything else on this one before we get to the last question?
Oh, nah. Let's do this.
All right. Okay. So with that being said, if you are just now tuning in to the live stream, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if anybody wants to hop on the panel and get in on this live action, click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. All right.
Please and thanks.
Yeah, for real. We ain't lying. No, this is some great conversation. I'm liking this. I'm really liking this stream.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That first question, I thought it was gonna be like an over and done, but it ended up discussing a lot longer than what I thought it was.
No, see, and that's kind of the point, because I don't want to have a show that's boring where you only get like 5 minutes of talk time and I gotta cut you off, and then it's Sarah Zezel's turn. I gotta cut you off after like 2 minutes. And no, I'm not doing all that. This is a form of therapy. This is a form of relaxation, and this is just some guys kicking it and we just chopping it up.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah, this is what I like, man. So how you liking the show so far, Mr. Sarah Zezel? What you thinking, brother? How you liking it so far?
I love it. I'm just enjoying the vibes.
Yes, sir. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the last question, last topic of the show. And after that, we're going to do final thoughts, shout out social medias and all that. And then we're going to close out the stream. So the last question is this. Why do some men rise under pressure while others break? Read it once again. Why do some men rise under pressure while others break?
Oh, so even though this ain't the main event question, I'm still gonna play this anyway. But shoot.
Well, the reason
That-
the reason that technically this isn't like a main event question is because the title of the show isn't like a this or that.
oh, okay. Got you.
You see what I'm
But
saying?
yeah.
Because the title of the show is
Oh,
the
the
mind.
mindset.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's the
So
mindset.
basically, it's more so of a title instead of leading up to the main question like you normally do. I got you now.
Right. Yeah. So the title of the stream is centered around us digging into the psychology of how successful guys think and stuff
Hmm.
like that. So yeah,
God.
that's kind of what it is.
Hmm. So why do some men rise under pressure while others break? I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in this one, and I think those who are watching may agree with what I say because I've been through this before. There's some
Stop the cap.
aha, but I think it has something. I think it has something to do with how your mindset and how your peer pressure is built. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense,
Mm,
but like,
okay.
okay, so there could be situations where there'd be considered, you know, high stakes or high pressure and stuff like that.
All
But
right.
if but like you would know if you're equ- either equipped or naturally built to be able to handle that particular situation, or or if you think that you're going to end up, cracking under pressure, like for example, a definite family, and it could be like a matriarch or something, or somebody that you was very close with,
Mm-hmm.
like like yeah, like most people reactions would be, yeah, they will cry. They would cry and be sad about it because yeah, like for like most people would think like death is a sad situation or whatever, but some people will actually, but then you got some people that would think, well, yes, that passed on is a sad thing, but yet
Mm-hmm.
it's a celebration of life
Right.
because you don't focus on the fact that they're gone. You focus on the fact that they taught you so much. You shared all these memories with them. You got all these photos to look back on, and oh, well, this is the time where da 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 this happened. And and you know what I'm saying, or like it could be like a high stakes situation, like, oh, you gotta save somebody's life or whatever. This, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless unless you're not equipped up here on how to save a person's life, like in a situation, say like CPR or something like that. You the first thing you're gonna do is look for someone who does, right? Or if there's no one close by that knows CPR, first thing you're gonna do, get on the horn and be like, "Hey, 911, da 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 da," or some, or there gonna be some people who's gonna be like, "Oh my God, I don't know what to do," da 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 da. Or like on the other side of the spectrum, it could be something very simple, like it could be something very simple like a light bill or bills in general, like
Mm-hmm.
because I used to play this game called Pick a Bill all the time, and like
Oh, really?
yeah, so like people would sit here like, okay, the first thing you're gonna do, okay, yeah, you obviously you're gonna pay rent, but then but then you got the light bill, the cable bill, and all this other stuff. Of course, the light bill's gonna come next. Otherwise, you ain't gonna have options like the internet or cable or anything else for that matter. You know what I'm saying? So then here comes the pick a bill. What other one do I want to pay, and do I have enough? You know what I'm saying? So like, while some people whine and cry about it and stuff like that. Some people will actually think about, where do I get help from? Do I go down? Do I go down to the do I go down there to the Salvation Army, or do I go on to um I don't know. I forgot how they called it down there in Texas, but down here we go to like during Department of Social Services to get to get help and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So like do we go down there and call call up, set up an appointment so we can see if we can get help? Da da da. Like some people are built to be under like survivor mode while people will crack on the first day. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is men like that there's men that can actually that are actually built with that with that strong mentality to where they can survive those high pressure situations while other men who aren't taught these things, they can be taught by these people who already have the tools here and try to pass it along to them so that way they could be that way they could be strong too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it goes back to what I was saying like earlier in the broadcast, like men building up men to be strong or whatever. We don't want them like we don't want them to be weak or anything like that, because if so, then we ain't gonna have like a lot of people that will help other people in these types of situations. So yeah. But yeah, I've seen some men that actually break under pressure, and it sucks. It really does suck, and that's like any like I used to be former Navy, so it's like even in boot camp.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up too. I was just about to bring that up. A lot of people they fold under the pressure even in basic training.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. You know, I'm a person that don't give up. But when it came to the part where there was like, oh, you have to learn how to swim. I looked at them. I'm like, I had to learn how to do what? There's no way I could possibly do that. But
cut that out, you little bastards.
But yeah. But they end up teaching me prone floating, and also end up teaching me how to do swim on my back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I figure if they taught me how to at least do one swimming maneuver, I'll be fine. And then the ultimate test come diving off of that high Olympic diving platform. Yeah, which overcome another thing, fear of heights. So I had to overcome the fear of that and drowning all in one go, and I end up passing. Thank God.
Stop the cap.
Hey, I'm here, am I?
Stop the cap.
Oh, shut up.
All right, Mr. Sarah.
That was the thing for me.
Why do some men rise under pressure while others break? What you got for that, bro?
Definitely has to do with a confidence issue. Some people lack confidence to get through certain situations. As for others, they perform overly fine or extremely amazingly. So I feel like to piggyback off of what Coley said, we should build a lot of brothers up with confidence to achieve things that others would buckle if they didn't have the confidence to get through.
Mm,
Oh, really?
mm. Hey, you're muted, bro.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
And
there
I
you
was
go.
saying, love that answer. I really do love that answer. Yeah,
So then,
that's
okay. So Sarah says, oh, because I agree with you. What are some examples of some things that you could have men do to build up all those things that you said, like the confidence and the strength and all that? What are some things that you suggest men do to increase all those attributes that you named? What you got?
Um, I know this is gonna sound very like common. That's
All
I know
right.
it's gonna sound very common, but I would say try going to the gym, working out. You don't have to get fit, but just the feeling of that you went to the gym to attempt anything that can help to raise your confidence, being more outgoing, just talking to people. A lot of people, they don't want to be bothered with you, but you're going to come across some people, they're going to, hey, you made my day. I really was kind of feeling bad. I'm glad you kind of like came to me and helped raise my spirits, and I feel better about today now. You're going to get that reaction very scarcely, but that can also help to boost your confidence.
Mm-hmm.
Trying new things as well. You never know what you could end up trying that you might be good at. It works out for you and you're like, wow, I didn't think I was going to be good at that. That can
Kind of like you being on the show right now.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if you all could tell, but like I'm a very like introverted person, so this is like a bit different for me.
Oh yeah.
yeah, getting you outside the box. Look, trust me, I learned that a long time ago, and sometimes it takes people like crazy tail down there to get you out of the box, and you know really learns more about yourself. See, like, hey, can I really ride like this? Like, oh shit, I think I can hang with the boys.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but what else though?
Um, what else?
Because I grew up being very introverted too. But see, what's funny is that over time, I came to learn that there's other personality traits besides introvert and extrovert.
Yeah, I didn't even know that until a few years ago either. The one thing that helped me was, and I don't want to sound like the basic otaku, like, yeah, bro, anime, like it actually works, but it kind of does. In music too. Like you never know who you might talk to that they're interested in that too. And then like now you guys are like best friends and you guys hang out and they introduce you to like their friend group, and now you're not like introverted anymore because like now you have a group of people to chill and hang out with. I
I
say
agree with.
that because that kind of happened with me. I met my friend Emoja at Amazon. I used to work at Amazon, and we've been friends ever since. This was like about, I think, maybe 3 years ago.
Mm.
And recently he started inviting me out to some raves out in Philly, and I was like, it's not really my scene. I go, he's like, yeah, bro, like everybody is cool, bro. And I didn't think how many people were gonna like be open to chill and conversate with me, and a lot of people were.
Well, that's good, man. So in a nutshell, you're saying hit the gym, be around people that kind of get you out of your comfort zone a little bit, make new friends, try new things, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, cool. So let me ask you a question. You mentioned hitting the gym, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how often do you go?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't go today.
Oh, here we go.
But I go
Yep.
every other day because my work schedule is very hectic. I work 5 days a week, and this week I'll be working all 12 days
Mm-hmm.
because Christmas is literally this upcoming week. But yeah, I usually go to the gym every other day, and aside from that, I usually just work out here in my apartment to try to stay. Sometimes I do revert back to being introverted, so where being around people feels a bit much for me. So sometimes I just work out here at home, but majority of the time, I'm always up there at the gym.
Okay, so then let me ask you a question. So you say you work like 5 to 6 days a week.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what's your work schedule looking like?
My normal work schedule is Wednesday to Sunday. I work the night shift. Like right now, I would be at work. I called tonight off so that I could be here. But
Well, that's
yeah.
dedication.
No, wait, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, stop the show.
Oh, come on now. You know about Gary get on him because he called off from work to be a part of here.
No. I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna say is, okay, so you say your work schedule is Wednesday through Sunday, work nights.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you a little bit of game real quick. So if you work Wednesday through Sunday night shift, that means you're sleeping somewhere during the day to get caught up on your sleep, right?
Hmm.
So with those extra off days, or when you get up before you go to work, how are you spending your time?
So before I go to work, I usually, I wake up, take care of my hygiene, and then I get dressed and I go to work. Or sometimes, I'll go to like Wawa or dash in to go get some food and then go to work because I don't like to eat during lunchtime because I feel like that distracts me from just relaxing
Mm-hmm.
until it's time to go back into work. Um,
I believe it.
bef-
I respect that.
yeah, and before going to work, I don't like to do too much because I feel like that overclouds my head with too many things while I'm at work. When I'm at work, I like to focus on just that. So anything like music or making content or anything like that, I kind of save that for when I get home or when I'm off from work.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's about it.
Okay. So the reason I ask is because based on what you're saying, I don't think you're utilizing your time to the best of your ability.
I'm not. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you're really utilizing your time to the best of your ability because and I'll use myself as an example, right? So I work 5 to 6 days a week and I'm in the gym 5 to 6 days a week. Right?
Yeah, I can't do that because I'll go to work sore. And
No. It's cool. No, it's cool. It's cool. Because the soreness just lets you know that what you're doing is actually working and it's showing and your muscles are telling you, hey, I've never been under this much pressure before.
Mm-hmm.
So when you tie this into the question, why did some men rise under pressure while others break? This is what I'm talking about. So when you tie this all back to like the high value trades and all that other type of stuff that we talked about earlier, like what's going to separate you from being successful and high value is how you spend that extra time, right? So do you want to make just $1 million or do you want to make 10? Because you can do just enough to make that million and just chill,
Or you want to be
or
where you
you
could
can
be
spend
free
that extra
financially.
time and
Mm-hmm.
translate that time into another 9 million. And you can have 10 million. I say that to say this: you got the job done. you going to work you going to work and you work in your schedule. You have so many other hours that can be utilized in self-improvement, right? So you brought up that guys need to be hitting the gym. You said that.
I probably shouldn't have, but I did.
No. It's cool. No, I respect it because you're keeping it real. I respect it.
Mm.
So with that being said, you got to make sure that you're hitting it up and being consistent with it, right? And what I'm about to say, it may sting a little bit, but it's something that's needed.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
So what you got to do, because I don't know what city you're in, but what you got to do is you actually have to go and get yourself a gym membership.
Yeah,
Why?
I have one. I pay for it monthly.
So then you need to be in there then.
Well, I am every other day. I can't do every day either.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not going to say you got to do it every day. If you're okay,
Nah.
if you're in the gym at least 4 days out of the week, that's cool.
Sometimes it's 3. It depends on how the week goes.
Okay, so what it's going to take is you're going to have to try to commit yourself to actually hitting the gym at least a minimum of 4 days out of the week. See if you can commit to it for 30 days, because that's what I did. That's what I did to myself. Because back in 2017, I got tired of looking a certain way, and I was making excuses. Oh, I don't have a car. Oh, I don't have this. Oh, I don't have that. But I was taking a bus to go to work, though, at the time. You
Good
know what I'm
old
saying?
Gia.
Right. So I was making a bunch of excuses to justify why I wasn't committing to greatness and chasing excellence. And I say that to say this. I'll show you something. Just for the sake of the stream, right? So that was me in 2017.
Oh man.
That was me in 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was after I got tired of making excuses and justifying my own laziness, right? That was in 2017 after my first day of hitting the gym. This was 2 years after I started.
Yeah, I seen that version. I was like, that damn. Like, what the fuck is he taking? But I know that's that hard work you put in.
Right. So not only did I get pretty good, or no, you know what, not good. Let me rephrase that. Not only did I get efficient with the exercising and the lifting weights, but I started incorporating nutrition and stuff into it too, and started really cooking my own food, portioning my own stuff out, and things like that.
Oh.
So I'm saying all that to say this. I got tired of looking a certain way and making excuses for myself as to why I wasn't seeing the results, and looking in the mirror and seeing what I pictured in my own head. Right? I was making excuses. I was being a loser. I didn't have the right mindset. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I didn't have the right mindset. So when I was saying earlier that how I am now, I wasn't always like this, it's true. I didn't always have this mindset I have, and I didn't always have this grit and determination that I have. Right? Sure, I have talents and things like that, but it's the hard work and the locking in and staying focused that was able to push me to where I was able to achieve a lot of things, and even setting up this show. See what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
I worked 5 days this week, and I was in the gym 6 days this week. I'm normally in the gym Sunday through Friday, and I take Saturday off. But this week, I was in the gym all 7 days. So Monday or Sunday through Friday, I'm doing weight training. But today, I slept in a little bit, and then I got up. I hit the gym just to do some cardio stuff, and then I was just chilling in the sauna. I didn't really do no heavy lifting because it's kind of like my rest day. Then hung out with my mom for a little bit, ran some errands, got something to eat, and then I had to come back and make sure I had things set up so I can do the show. Right? So then once I'm done with this live stream, I'm gonna immediately go in the back office on the studio and get the next stream set up, get all my material together, and then I got some video editing I got to do. And then after that, I'm gonna go to sleep, give me a good amount of sleep, and then I'm gonna be up at like 4 a.m. tomorrow so I can hit the gym.
Yeah, that sounds like the same schedule. Well, kind of, because my stepbrother doesn't do content, but like, yeah, he's like always in the gym.
Yeah. So if you actually take some time, I'm not saying right now, if you actually take some time and actually go on my channel and look, you'll see tons and tons of content. And Coley can concur with this.
Mm-hmm. I'm part of that content.
Exactly. You guys, exactly. You and Coley and whoever else that pulls up on my show, you all are a part of the content. You all are a part of my channel, and you all are getting exposure on a regular basis. So everything that I'm doing and trying to accomplish, it's going to be bigger than me.
Yep.
Right? So when we go back to the whole legacy thing that we were talking about earlier, I'm putting in a lot of work and I'm making sacrifices because I don't have kids yet, but I'm putting in a lot of work to put myself in a different type of tier and level that most people are not going to be able to get to. Because I have this phrase that I live by that I heard a long time ago. I don't remember who said it, but I always play this phrase in my head when I'm getting down or if I'm trying to make excuses and not put in the work. You got to work the way others won't so you can live the way others can.
Ooh.
And that phrase has been stuck in my head for a very long time, which is why I hardly ever take a day off, even when I'm not at work. I'm either at work, in the gym, or in front of this computer working on getting these videos edited. Because I not only do I do these live streams, but I make reaction videos, long form content. Then I got to break it down into clips to where I can consistently have content just being put out every single day. And at this point, I have over 1,000 videos, like 1,100 videos.
Oh damn, that's dedication.
Hey man.
Yeah.
Now what were you about to say? Go ahead.
I see. I gotta be like that because like I just recently got back into streaming as of like a few days ago because I've really been focused on my job recently just to make sure everything is like good and stuff. And I did come to that realization that I have like a lot of time that I'm just like wasting away. Like, and it wasn't necessarily like being lazy, but it's like sometimes like in the middle of doing certain things, I find downtime where I'm like, I could be doing something.
Right.
And I'm just like not doing anything.
So let me guess. Were you going through were you going through what you call that shit? What was you battling yourself to trying to see like, should I do this or should I just sit here and chill and look at YouTube or whatever the fuck? Like was you going through that? Yeah. Yeah. Procrastination, that's the word I'm looking for. So and trust me, a lot of people go through procrastination. Like I'm a big person that went through that. Like, but sometimes.
I went through it too.
But sometimes when you want to do something that you know that you want to do or that you love to do, you have to train yourself up here to be like, hey, look, I know I love to do this shit. Let me go ahead and see. Let me go ahead and do whatever it is that I have my heart set on doing, and then you get the job done. That's why I had to teach. That's why I had to teach myself, like, because you sit around and do nothing, like you're not getting the greatness. But if you make yourself do the things that you love or whatever, then you're getting the greatness.
Yeah. I mean, and it happens one day and one action at a time, right? Because we can sit here and have these grand ideas and say, oh, I want to be this and I want to be that. But it's not going to happen unless you start taking the first steps and actually sitting aside time to say, okay, you know what? How do I get my videos to the point where the quality is good? How do I work on my sound? How do I do this? How do I do that? Coley can tell you that since I started doing these live streams, I've stepped some stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Primarily with this little header you see at the bottom with the question.
For first few broadcasts, that one existed. He had to use the StreamYard thing to actually scroll.
The StreamYard banners, right? But then I watch other content creators that do live streams, and then when I see how other people have their stuff set up, I'm like, you know what? I need to figure out how to do that. And that's exactly what I did. So when Coley was bringing up, when he mentioned something about Photoshop, or not a Photoshop, the Adobe family earlier, I actually created these banners with Photoshop.
See, that's it. That's all.
Okay.
I'll give you another example. Okay, so with the logo that I have for my stream, like the title of my show, the Oxide Station Podcast, it's funny because unless you're a nerd, you're not going to understand the name of my show. The name of my show, I got it from something. No one else has it, but I was trying to come up with a name that would stand out for my show. And I was going over ideas, and then I started thinking about this one particular thing, and then that's how I came up with the name. Because the name of my show is the Oxide Station Podcast, right? That's the name of that's the name of my show. But Coley had guessed where one of my sound effects was from last stream. This one right here. He was the only one that was able to guess where that sound effect came from, and he got it right. So with that being said, now the name of my show, even with the font and the color scheme, it came from something. It came from a game.
Cool.
Now you guys had, and I know it's your first time on the show, but for the other people that have been on my show, quite a bit of what I have going on is based in some type of game.
Okay.
Now, if you had to guess what game the name of my show came from, what would y'all think it is?
Crash.
Okay. Which one?
Got to be an early one because I've never heard that sound effect you played earlier.
Well, no. The sound effect I played, the sound effect I played isn't from a Crash game. It's from Rayman. That's the sound effect that plays when you get to the end of a level.
Yep.
On the very first Rayman game.
Yeah, when you with that ass. But
well, yeah, as far as the name of my show is concerned, it came from a game. Coley said Crash, but which one?
I want to say the first one, unless the font didn't exist until the second one.
Oh no, it did.
I couldn't tell you. I haven't played many Crash games.
Okay. Well, Coley's on the right track. Because the font style, it's funny because when I got the font, it didn't have the color scheme on it. I had to do the color scheme myself.
Yeah.
I had to literally work Photoshop to get the color grading right for the letters. Well, because since I got the name from it, I needed to have the font be a reflection of it to be consistent. So it's almost like, in a way, I'm paying respect to where I got it from.
Yeah, like a homage.
Right. But again, you got to be a nerd and be like really in tune to pay attention to what I got going on and connect the dots. So which Crash game did Oxide Station come from?
I'm gonna say Crash 3. Final answer.
No, no.
Wait, is that? Wait a minute. Did that come from a racing Crash game?
Sure did.
Yeah, because Oxide
Oh,
Station, that sounds like something I would hear from like a racing game, like Mario Kart or something like that.
Yep.
I don't
man.
know any racing Crash games, so that was my best guess.
Yep. That's where it came from.
Oh, you talking about the first racing game that they came out?
Yep. Yep.
I was kind of close.
Yep.
Because I remember they did Crash 1 and 2 and then Warp, and then they branched off to like the racing genre and shit. And then
Yeah, it's from Crash Team Racing.
Mm-hmm.
That's
CTR. Damn.
Yep. That's literally where it came from. As a matter of fact. Okay.
And then I believe I have 4. And it's funny because I have the P5 on right now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I do have that. If I do have Crash 5, Crash 4 as part of my library and whatnot.
So you still trying to make sure you got it or whatever?
I'm actually going. Yep, I do. Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. Yep. 23% in the trophies, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, this is it. Yeah. This is where I got the font from. Not this font specifically, but it's the in-game font. It's the in-game font from this, and like just Crash in general, right? The Oxide Station name I got from this game, but the font and the color grading came from Crash. As a matter of fact, you know what?
Yeah.
What you about to do?
I've been thinking about changing my name recently because I've been having an issue with Twitch. Because I made my name like I want to say probably about a year and a half ago, and the issue comes when I search my name up on Twitch and Google. The cosplayer Sarah Zale pops up and not my channel. So
okay. Wait, is it spelled the same too?
No, so mine is like Azazel. Hers
Yeah,
is
like Azazel. Yeah, like Azazel.
Yeah, but hers like it. You have to drop a Z and put the E at the end of the like after the L.
Yeah, because you know what's funny? If you take off the SER and just have Azazel, that's a character from Tekken.
Yeah. Tekken 6 to be exact.
Yeah, it's that boss that you fight on Tekken 6, that Pharaoh looking dude that be doing all those flips. Yeah. See, your boy is on point with the games, man. Yes, sir. No, but as far as like I said earlier, the name Oxide Station, it came from Crash Team Racing, but it's something specific that it came from within that game. Y'all have any idea what it is?
Couldn't tell you. Never played it.
Okay.
It's been so long since I played CTR. I ain't gonna flex.
No, because Crash Team Racing is actually one of my favorite. It's actually one of my favorite Crash games in general.
Oh, word. Okay.
Yep.
Have you played 4 yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, you need to play it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hmm.
But since y'all don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up real quick. That way
What's
I
the
can show you.
one where he could like take control of enemies that he like fought or whatever? I forgot the name of that one.
I don't know.
It
I'm not
was on
sure.
like 360 and PlayStation 3 back in the day.
See, this is why I love being able to share my screen and bring stuff up because of this right here. So this Oxide Station is actually a level from Crash Team Racing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
And it's one of the hardest levels on the game. Yep, this is where it came from. I don't know why it ain't loading that up, but whatever.
That's something else.
Yeah, that's kind of
But
weird. But
by the way, that background of the whole pedia thing, that's graphics from the loading screen from Crash 4.
mm, yeah, so what I was basically doing when I decided on this name, I kind of wanted to have like a background theme. You know how I have the thumbnail for the live stream as the background of the stream? I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
about possibly having like a screenshot of the actual level as a background, kind of something like that. But at the same time, I didn't necessarily want to put something up that would directly give it away. I kind of wanted to have an air of mystery about it. And
Yeah.
if somebody was smart and caught on to it, they would say, oh, yeah, yeah. So this is the character right here whose level this is.
Nitrous oxide.
Yeah, and his level is Oxide Station, which is like one of the hardest levels on the game.
Man, that's one ugly motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Cool.
that's pretty much where the name of my show came from. That's why the font is the way it is, and that's why I picked that name. And I had to look it up to see if somebody else was using that name. And nope, I'm the only one.
Oh, good shit.
Yep, I'm the only one. But yeah, so back to the topic. So when I'm telling you about how I like to utilize my time, you stay so locked in and you stay so focused on just getting things done that you don't realize just how much you've gotten done until you actually take a break and stop and then start looking at stuff. That's the crazy part, right? Because you're not so much focused on the rewards, the accolades, and the money. You're just prioritizing getting things done. Once you get one thing done, it's like, okay, now I got to go to the next thing. Let me get this set up. Okay, now that I'm done getting that set up, let me go put my clothes in the dryer. Once I get done putting my clothes in the dryer, let me go do this. Let me drink something. Let me eat something real quick. Let me make sure I have my stuff out so that way when I get up in the morning, I can just get dressed, take my pre-workout, and then go hit the gym. Like, you have to have a structured life. So one of the high value traits that you have to be able to have in conjunction with your ambition and your drive is you have to have not only discipline, but then you have to learn to stay locked in and you have to be consistent. And I'm telling you right now, bro, once you start adopting a certain type of mindset, like you basically have to have like a killer instinct. You know, no pun intended. I love playing me some Killer Instinct, but you gotta literally have like a killer instinct or like a warrior type spirit. Like, you have to have a warrior mentality and really lock in. Like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I get a whole bunch of stuff done. That's kind of how you have to be. And the reason I say that you need to actually have a gym membership is because if you have to actually go somewhere to work out, guess what? You already got your mindset of, okay, I know in order for me to hit these weights, I have to go somewhere to do it.
Yeah.
That's true.
So now you know you got to leave the house at some point, not just for work. So now, not only are you leaving the house to go to work, but you got to leave the house to go to the grocery store. You got to leave the house to go hit the gym. You got to leave the house to go get gas. You got to leave the house to go wash the car. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you're keeping yourself busy and always moving around and doing things, guess what? It's almost like you're building up a solid foundation one brick at a time, or building up a solid wall one brick at a time. And before you know it, you seeing gains in the gym, you eating better, your channel's growing, you getting more of these Twitch streams done. Even if it's for an hour or two, you're still doing something. You see what I'm saying? So then when it's time to go to bed, you're looking back like, man, I really did a lot today. And then before you know it, look, time is going by. Time is going by. And then you're not even keeping track of it because you're just staying so busy and you're just getting a whole bunch of stuff done. Having those type of traits is what helps men rise under pressure when others break under the pressure, right? Because since I'm in the gym a lot, I understand that strength comes from struggle. You can't get strong unless you have some sort of struggle in your life, whether that be mentally or physically, right? So one byproduct, and this is something that's going to really help you, Coley too, because I know Coley's strong.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that's going to really help you out, Sarah Zezel, is when you actually start hitting the gym and you know you figure yourself out and you start to really lock in and be consistent with it. Yeah, you might be skinny right now, but in 6 months, with the right type of regimen and, you know, high calorie intake and high protein intake, you're going to become something that you probably didn't think was possible. That's the crazy part. Because your goal might be to just hit the gym 4 days a week and then that's it. Oh, I did that and I'm good now. But once you actually hit the gym for like a week and you start feeling that soreness in your body, that soreness is going to be getting in your head telling you to quit. Oh, it's too hard. You could just quit right now and everything's going to be all right. It's when you overcome that pain and get past that's the pressure. When that soreness is kicking in, that's the pressure.
No pain,
so you have
no
to rise and get around that. And once you get around it and you stay focused and locked in no matter what, I'm telling you, bro, your body has no choice to follow what your mind is telling it to do. So that's part of the journey of the road to mastering your mind. That type of mindset, that killer instinct, having that warrior mentality, that being in beast mode, that's going to set you apart from everybody else you work with, bro. Because I can guarantee you right now that there's probably guys that work at your job, maybe one or two, where they hit the gym and then they're at work too. There's probably
it's like a lot of them, and they all go to the same gym because like down the street. That's another reason why I don't go up there. I don't like being associated with them.
And you know what? And that's cool.
Nothing wrong with that,
right? So, and that's cool. That's cool.
But, I mean, they're cool people in case they see the stream. You know, y'all are chill. I just, sometimes, you know, I get enough.
No, don't try to walk it back now. No,
I get enough of y'all at work. I don't want to have to go to the gym and they're like, "Come on, man, you got this." Like, Or the 8 hours at work.
Look, I get it. You seen them for 8 hours. You don't want to see them no more. You don't want them to be all up in your business.
Nah, you know what? I understand that. I could understand and respect that. I mean, if anything, there's probably more than one gym in the area where you are. Just go to another one.
Yeah.
But you said you got a membership, right?
Yeah.
So is it at the same gym that those other guys happen to go to?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter that I have it at that gym because I can go to any of the gyms.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well then, yeah.
You must got Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Uh,
I got the black card.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hey.
Well, okay. Well, if that's the case, then I mean, think about this, bro. What's gonna end up happening? Because I'm a call this out right now. What's gonna end up happening is once you start really committing to it, you're gonna really start to look around and see different types of people in there from all walks of life, all types of physical conditions. You're gonna see people in there with one arm. You're gonna see people that are bigger than Coley. You're gonna see people in there that are giants. You're gonna see people in there that are shorter than you. You're gonna see people in there with crutches trying to make something happen. They might have a back brace, a leg brace, something wrong with their foot. You're gonna see a whole lot of different people that are at different stages of their journey. But the thing that all of y'all are gonna have in common is that y'all still decided to show up, even when you didn't feel like it. And that, my friend, is what's going to separate you from most people. Because I'm going to keep it real with you, man. The majority of Americans are lazy. They're bums. They got a loser mentality. They don't want to get up and they don't want to get up and put in that extra work. They think just working their job is enough.
No.
And I'm not saying that everybody has to strive to be rich or whatever. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that you'll get to a point mentally where every day that you get to wake up, even when you hit the snooze and get a few extra minutes of sleep, you're going to learn to be appreciative that you got another 24 hours to put in a little more work than you did the day before. And I'm telling you, bro, that feeling of waking up with your mind, your health, and your strength every single day, no serious sicknesses, no ailments or nothing like that, nothing wrong with you mentally, having that peace of mind and having that sense of joy that you get up and accomplish more and just take another couple steps towards your ultimate goal of what you see in your mind, bro. I don't care what nobody says. There's no amount of money that can replace that feeling, bro, of knowing that you got up and you showed up. It doesn't matter if it's 100 degrees outside. It doesn't matter if it's 17 degrees outside. It doesn't matter if it's thunderstorming. None of that matters, bro.
It does. If it's snowing outside, I can't go. I'm too frail for that.
That's it. Excuses.
No, it's not an excuse. I almost got what's it called? Fucking
Hold on now. If he has a medical condition,
I was just about to say, if you have a medical condition, then that's different.
Yeah, I'm too frail. I'm skin and bones.
Okay.
That cold air hit me.
Oh, now you trolling.
Nope. Because I showed you the picture. I used to be skinny too.
No.
Yeah. You can.
I'm like 100, 120, maybe 130 pounds.
Oh, you're in a perfect position, bro.
I'm petite. I'm like when people see me, they're scared for me. Like it's bad, bro. But I'm joking aside. I will make an effort.
And you could turn around. Hey, look, let me tell you something. In the words of the late and great Nell Carter, I'm gonna tell you about myself. I got nothing to hide. Like as of my doctor's appointment 2 days ago, I'm like maybe 400 pounds on the button, but hey, but hey, listen to this, because that's when that loser horn becomes clangs and whoops when I win double showcases. So I was talking with my nephew earlier today about the whole family in the house, including myself, being successful, and doesn't mean, and it doesn't necessarily mean like doing things in the house or whatever, blah 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 blah. Blah. Like what I mean by that is whatever it is that we have in ourselves to do, we basically got to really push forward and do those things. I don't care if it takes motivation within each other to help us out with that or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, for days that I don't feel like going to PF, there's a gym right on campus of the what you call of the property that I stay at or whatever. I could just go. I could just go there and work out, or on the TV behind. Well, can't see TV behind because of the graphic, but on TV behind me, I could go to YouTube University, pop on one of those old Susan Powder tapes. Since I have one of those old step up things or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? Where you step on and you step off and stuff like that. I could go on one of those. I could pop on one of those. Follow those workouts. It take about 15, anywhere between 15 to 30 minutes on those. You know what I'm saying? Work out and like you mentioned earlier, watch my portions and stuff like that. Like whatever it takes for me to lose the weight or whatnot, because my goal is, well, it was 150, but now I'm thinking about raising that sucker to 200 pounds that I lose or whatever, because majority of mine is just going to be cardio. But for those who actually want to gain weight and want to Arnold Schwarzenegger somebody and shit, like you, Sarah Sazel, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, and even if you have to hit up GNC to help out with some of those games, hey, go for it. But just remember, if you gotta use, just remember, if you do use supplements and stuff like that, you gotta meet them halfway. With the workout and everything. Otherwise, it's just sitting there in your body, just bulking up fat instead of bulking up muscle.
Right. Exactly. And see, like with Coley's case, see, the thing that I like and respect is that Coley understands, hey, I'm not where I want to be, but I know I got to do something about it.
I know the blueprint. I got to work it because if I don't work it, I'm gonna end up being a loser. And that's one thing I'm trying not to be. Well, not to be. That's one thing I'm not gonna be.
Exactly. And see, the reason why I wanted to do this stream about the mindset of high value man or whatever, I'll show it again. The mindset of high value men, right? The reason that I wanted to do this stream is because I think that it's in our best interest as men to sit down and have conversations about where we are in life and some of the things that we wish to achieve. And then, we meet each other where we are, right? Because all of us have some sort of goal and some sort of vision that we want to carry out for our lives with the time that we're here, right? And so I think that it's in our best interest as men to really sit down and take a look in the mirror and do some introspective reflection. I'll say it like that. And really lock in and focus and take advantage of where we are in society in this time period that we're in. Like, we're in the age of information and technology, bro. There's so many ways of making money now. It's crazy. There's so many ways of getting things done and making things a lot more efficient for us. That is crazy. So I don't have an excuse to not be chasing greatness. Coley doesn't have an excuse to not be chasing greatness. And you don't have an excuse to not be chasing greatness either. You see what I'm saying? And so for me, I'm the oldest of 3 kids. I didn't have a big brother to really sit me down and say, hey, you need to do this and you need to do that. I had to figure that out on my own in a lot of cases. And so my ultimate goal with the platform I have, us having these conversations, and me committing to excellence and greatness is not just for my benefit. I want to be able to use this and leverage it to be able to not only motivate us and inspire others, but to leave something behind that people can see and say, oh, okay, I can see the progression of where this got started. So once you get to a certain point, you don't have to tell people what you do. The work will speak for itself. You hitting the gym and you working on yourself. Sarah says, well, when you go to the store, you're going to see women doing a double take like, wait a minute. Yeah, because, you know, you're going to have a little size on you. You know, you dressing nice. You know, you walking with your chest out, head high. Your confidence is going to be up. Because once you start seeing the results of you putting in that work and improving yourself, naturally, your confidence is going to get higher. Because when you take off your shirt, you take a shower or whatever you do, and you drying off, you're going to get a little peep at the mirror. You can be like, man, okay, man, this little gym thing kind of working out. No pun intended. But you get what I'm saying, though. Yeah. So you said you're what, 27? Okay. Okay. I didn't start working out seriously until I was 29. Or no, I was 28. I take that back. In 2017, that first day I hit the gym was April 4th, 2017. So yeah, my birthday's in September. So I didn't turn, I was 28. Yeah, 28, about to be 29. That was when I started working out seriously.
Well, I got about 2 months and a half until my birthday, so I'll wait till I'm 28.
Oh, you kind of want to do the same? You kind of want to go about the same way?
Yeah, I'm gonna just wait. Wait.
Oh, you
wait. So
when's your February baby?
Oh, so when's your birthday?
March 7th.
Oh, March.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Now that you said that, that makes a whole lot of sense now, because he's a Pisces.
I knew you were about to say that.
And these Pisces people, either they're over the top or they're super down here.
I'm one of those that's over the top. I'll admit it. But like, the issue is that I do so many things that I'm over the top with that some things fall short.
Ooh. Okay.
No, because you're kind of like my sister, because my sister's a Pisces. And for her, she'll try this thing, be all into it, then stop. Try something else, be all into it, then stop. She likes to try a lot of different things, but it's hard for her to stick to one.
Well, it's not that for me. It's the fact that like I have so much to focus on in a short amount of time that everything gets my attention, but then I'll get so focused on everything getting my attention that I'll forget one thing, and then now it's like, damn it, where did that one thing go? Now I'm forgetting this because I had to make up for that, and then now it's like I'm trying to play catch up.
Okay, so I think what you got to do and focus on is being able to do things, but understand that the results are not going to be instant.
Also, on the forgetting things, though, I kind of have a suggestion for you.
Uh-oh.
Post-it notes.
Yes.
My dad told me to do the same thing. I tried that, and I had a whole wall full of them. And he came to my apartment. He was like, "Dude, you're gonna fuck up the paint." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm on top of everything. It's all right there." He took that shit down.
Oh, jeez. Look, hey, if you got to put the post-it notes on the side of your computer or something, you know what I'm saying? Look, I got post-it notes on my wall currently or whatever, but they're what you call a prayer wall. Yeah, I would explain how that is, but that's for a whole nother broadcast. But just know I pray over that thing every night and every morning when I wake up. But
stop the cap.
Now you know what?
Oh no! Hey, I'll do you one better.
You lie! You lie! Lies! Lies! When will the lies end?
Yeah, I hit you with that.
This dude comes up. You're an ass.
Damn, what a big ass.
But no, where does he come up with these? All right, you know what? When I get my $100 one of those that you have, so it's gonna be a war. Watch. But we're
gonna see about that.
Oh man, goddamn.
Yeah, we're gonna see about that. But yeah,
these right here will help out. And then another thing I learned too from one of my recent classes in college or whatever. Like, I don't know if you have an iPhone or Android or whatever, but
I have an iPhone.
iPhone. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, we iPhone gang over here.
All right, bet. So you know what I'm about to get ready to say. So, like if you use your calendar and you type up like a reminder or like some sort of schedule on your calendar and stuff like that, like calendar will bug the hell out you every 10-15 minutes or however you set it until you actually do that, until you actually do it. Then you're like, okay, you know what, damn it, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. You know, and what's beautiful in my case is, you know, by me having an iPhone or whatever, not only my phone will let me know, my iMac will let me know, my iPad will let me know, or like if I'm in my car, the screen will let me know. I'm like, damn,
because we have everything connected. And see, one thing that's gonna help is this right here. You know what? Matter of fact.
Oh, you got the alarms joint. Good gravy. 2 4 a.m. alarms. No, 3 of them. And then you got a 5 a.m.
Well, no, because I have them specific. So as part of my sleep schedule. Wait a minute.
Oops,
so as part of my sleep schedule, well, because I had it on low power mode. So as part of my sleep schedule, I have it set to where it'll go into wind down and sleep mode around like a quarter after 7. Yeah, because when my phone is in sleep mode, I don't get any calls or notifications.
Okay.
And so I have my alarm set Monday through Thursday.
See, for you, that's smart.
Yeah.
That's really smart. Hell yeah.
See, 5 a.m. leave for the gym every Sunday. 8:30 leave the gym every Sunday. Then scroll up more. 11 a.m. Time to
film for YouTube
every Sunday. And then 3 p.m. edit and export videos. So
now that's the schedule.
Yeah.
That's a tightly ran ship.
Yeah. I got to keep myself on a schedule so that way I hold myself accountable. And you notice that based on those times, I don't give myself time to sleep in. all of those alarms were centered around me waking up early, way before there's light outside. But that's because I work during the day. I don't work a night schedule. So I don't. Yeah, so I don't know what that would look like for you, but I think that if you figure out some sort of blueprint to be able to budget your time, because you said that earlier that was a high value thing, time management too. You said that earlier. See, your boy be paying attention. But if you actually implement those skills into your life, the time management and stuff like that, you'll see just how many wonders can come from it, bro. Especially when it comes to, editing your videos. It don't take much to chop something up into clips and then just have a collection. Then you upload all of them. You have to schedule them. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. But I think you can do it. I think you can do it.
I got to get better with clipping my streams too.
Yeah. I think you could do it. I just think it takes some time and some proper planning. But I think that over time, you'll end up developing your own sense of a routine of how you do things. And I think what's going to end up happening is once you start to see the results and you start to really take an inventory of the work getting done, then you're going to think back to this live stream and you're going to be like, man, you know what? Anonymous and Coley were right.
I'm going to schedule another Saturday to then come back to the live stream to thank you guys.
Hey, there you go. That means we're doing our job.
Trying to tell you.
All right. So with that being said, if y'all are still watching and rocking with us, make sure you give the stream one final like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you still want to join in, you can click the link at the top of the chat. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get ready to close the stream out because we've been up here for quite a while.
And I'm drunk and tired.
You say you drunk and tired?
Yeah. It's
what kind of shit is
what?
What kind of shit is that?
Drunk off of what?
I've been drinking.
Oh Lord, he's serious. Wait. I want to make sure I'm reading that right.
It's Haku.
Is that a form of sake?
No, it's vodka.
Oh Lord.
No, my man.
Russian.
Yeah, it's half full. I was shutting the camera off to drink that while no one was
looking. Look. Let me tell you something, bro. Don't be ashamed of your game. Connect. Next week, this background of mine is going to change from Merry Christmas to some sort of fireworks background for the new year. And
stop the cap.
And I might have myself a twisted tea, and that's no cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
Oh, he think I'm playing. All right.
Stop the cap.
All right.
Well, hey, I stay with my buttons, bro. you know, I stay with my soundboard.
Oh, I know you do.
Nah, but with that being said, we're gonna get ready to go ahead and wrap this up because I know y'all got to get y'all some sleep. I got to get up early in the morning so I can hit this gym. So we're going to do final thoughts, and then we're going to get ready to close out the show. So, Sarah Zezel, your first time on the panel. Shout out to you. All right. Final thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate it? Love it? How was the show for you, brother?
I hate it. I liked it. Loved it. I got drunk with it, too. So, it's a vibe.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay. Well, did you learn anything today?
Oh, I learned a lot. I didn't know who Princess Diane was, and there was someone else you mentioned earlier.
Mother Teresa.
Mother Teresa. Yeah, I didn't know who Mother Teresa was either.
Yeah, you on here with some of the older cats on the panel.
And nerds.
Yeah, we done been around for a while. But no, man, I'm glad you pulled up. It was good having you. I know you tried to come before, but then I ended up pushing it back because people had stuff to do, and I started thinking about it like, you know what? Let me just focus on letting people have their time with their family. But I'm glad that we were finally able to get something worked out to where you could pull up to the panel. It was good having you, and I want to give a big, big, big shout out to you.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
All
shit
right,
like that,
Coley
shit like
D. Final thoughts, man. Did you hate it? Love it? How was the show for you, brother?
First of all, before I answer that question, I'm gonna just extend to Sarah Zelzel that because you entered this podcast, that means you're family now. That means don't be a stranger.
Stop the cap.
That means don't be a stranger in this motherfucker. You better come up in this bitch. All right, no matter what the topic is.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, but not like the show. The show altogether was very enjoyable. I like the fact that you and oh man,
me and Vibe.
yeah, you and Vibe, y'all, yeah, like y'all keep it up. Y'all gonna be the McLaughlin group up in this sound bitch. Like y'all have a show, y'all have a side show yourselves or whatever. But yeah, like that. But yeah, the show was great. Show was motivational, uplifting too, inadvertently. If you ain't noticed.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Very uplifting. But
Well,
yeah.
because you got to think about it. See, for those of y'all that don't know, well, even though I put it on there, a lot of people aren't going to pay attention. I actually made the intro video myself for this live stream for my show. I actually put the intro video together and did everything myself. And so if you pay attention to what the different text is on the intro video, I'm basically letting people know that this show is going to be about a wide variety of topics and stuff like that. So when I play the intro, it's giving you a little bit of insight into what to be expected when you watch this show. And so there's a part on there where it says, we talk about overcoming adversity, working on yourself, building your confidence and things like that. And so this is why I like to have a lot of different topics, because I don't want my show to be cookie cutter. I want it to be fun. I want it to be enjoyable. I want it to be motivational. And most importantly, I want it to be informative at the same time. So when people take time out of their day to pull up to the panel, I say it all the time. It's greatly, greatly appreciated, because you, like y'all and the people in the chat, y'all could have chose to be anywhere else, but y'all chose to come over here and hang out on my side of YouTube. And for that, I thank y'all a lot, man.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
So
shit
with
like
that being said, what else you got to say, Coley?
Also two shout outs to two of our regulars that normally be on here, and that's Mark and Tizzle.
They were in the chat.
Neither of them wasn't in the chat, but I given them a shout out because both of them couldn't make it or whatnot. But y'all two, y'all better go ahead and shop, because y'all got 4 more days left as of this.
For real.
As of this broadcast, and y'all make sure you have a merry or happy, in this case, for Mark, Christmas. Y'all have a happy Christmas, Merry Christmas. Make sure you spend it with your loved ones, cherish them, love them, hug on them, all that good shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce the next stream topic. Go ahead and highlight the next show.
Are we moving on? Are we moving over to the left?
Right.
To the left.
So next week's show, not next week, but the next live stream panel is going to be the psychology of attraction. That's going to be the main. That's going to be the main topic of the show. Rules of modern dating, the psychology of attraction. So with that next panel, I'm not doing a panel next week because because of Christmas and stuff like that. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not.
snap.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a panel because if I was doing the panel next week, it would have been on December 27th because Christmas is next Thursday. This coming up Thursday. So
Oh,
being
so
that,
that means, this is the final broadcast of the year.
yeah, this is the last show of the year. So
Ooh.
I'm not gonna do a stream next Saturday on the 27th. Um, the next stream, this show, Rules of Modern Dating, the Psychology of Attraction, is going to actually be on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026.
And now I have my Twisted Tea waiting. Or something.
Stop the cap.
All right. All
I
right.
gotta get a sound deck.
Oh yeah, one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually get my final payment, and I think like next week. I think like next week or the week after. So when that happens, I'm definitely grabbing that off of Amazon, and when I do, I'm hitting you. Oh,
Stop the cap.
no, that stop the cap button is. It's what it is.
No, I got one better than that.
Cap.
Oh yeah. Yes, use that. Yeah, for that.
No, but yeah. So for anybody that's still watching, the next show is going to be on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026, around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So anybody that I have on my panels are automatically welcome to come back because I look at it like you took time out of your day to show up. You're always welcome. And even if you don't want to join the panel, y'all can always watch in the chat, and I'll always leave the link in the chat if you want to pull up. So I like to keep my panels open. I like to keep my panels fun. And, I like to hear different perspectives and just have different conversations in general. So I think this was a really good show, in my own opinion. I definitely had a good time because I like being able to have a platform where I can host people and just give people space to be themselves. So with that being said, we're going to do shout outs. You want to promote your channel, whatever you got going on. Let the people know where they can find you, Sarah Zezel.
You can find me on YouTube by the same name, Sarah Zazel, Serazazel. You can find me on Twitch, Sarah Zazel, yes, SerazazelYes. And that's about it.
All right. Shout out to you, man. All right, Mr. Coley. Where can the people find you, brother?
Hey, you can find me. You can find me just like my homie Doug did on YouTube at Coley D Studios. I also have a Twitch going on to where I could be able to stream my broadcasts on that. Also, but on that one is Coley D 1983. So be sure it's Coley D 1983 on Twitch. All right. So I will be starting streaming a little bit more on Twitch starting, I say mid-January, early February, once I get all my streaming software all figured out or whatnot. But more content coming into the new year as well. So get ready, y'all, for real.
Now you got to start it at the beginning of January, man, not the middle.
I know, like the first 2 weeks, those are my planning. I got to make sure that I get everything in line before I streamline. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to dive into a swimming pool with no water in it, right?
Now I know you'll get it figured out.
Oh,
But
yeah.
no, it's funny because I think I told y'all before that I got this Stream Deck from Best Buy.
Oh yeah. So I happen to look it up on you. I happen to look it up on you on not YouTube, damn, on Amazon or whatnot.
Stupid.
But if they do happen to have it on, if they happen to have it in my local Best Buy, I definitely want to get it from there, like quicker.
Yeah. No, because the one I got is I think because I told y'all before, there's 3 sizes of Stream Deck, right? And so I got the one that's in the middle because they have one that has 6 buttons. They have this one that has 15 buttons, and then the large one, the Stream Deck XL, has 32 buttons.
32, yeah.
Yeah, so they're not paying me to promote their product. I just figured give people the sauce because I don't really like to gatekeep. If people are interested in upgrading their setups and stuff like that, and I have information and things that can help people out, I'm all for sharing the info and helping people step up their streaming game. All right. So, any last thoughts before we close it out?
No, that's it. Except everybody, Merry Christmas. Have a happy and safe New Year. And make sure that this is just what I believe. Don't make resolutions. Make goals. Because those you can achieve.
Talk to him. All right. Oh, as a matter of fact, that sound effect I just played, that's from a game too. But hey, Coley, you've been on a roll so far, but this one, you're not gonna know what game that came from. I guarantee you're not gonna know what
probably not.
Yeah, you're not gonna know what game that sound came from. All right.
Sounds like
go ahead.
Something medieval.
Nah, it's not. It's something that, bro, it's something that you would never guess that I played. That I actually took the time to learn a strategy to actually get good at the game.
Damn, I know we're running out of time. What is it?
Okay. That sound effect is actually from Clue for Super Nintendo.
No way.
I never would have guessed that.
No, me either.
Yeah. It's actually from Clue because I have emulators, right? And so sometimes I'll just get on the Super Nintendo one and kind of just scroll through and figure out stuff I want to, figure out games I want to try. And I just decided to try it because I always seen the board game growing up, but I never played it. And so when I first started playing it, I didn't understand the concept of it until I, kind of played it a little bit. And then I wanted to have a better understanding of how the game actually works. So I went on YouTube and then I watched a playthrough of what to do. Yeah. So then I started incorporating strategy from what I seen and then playing the game. And so I would beat the game on each difficulty. So now I can play the game on detective mode and be able to get it. Every now and then somebody else will solve it before I do. But what I do is I pay attention to every little detail of, was the weapon here? No, this person wasn't in this room. There was no weapon here. This person didn't have a weapon. This person had the pipe. This person had the rope. Such and such had the wrench. Such and such was in the kitchen. No one was in the conservatory. No one was in the lounge. This person was in the hall. This person was in the billiard room. No one was in the dining room. Like, I love that game, bro.
Yeah, man. So I grew up on the board game myself, and I will always, like, the first guess I will always make would be cut a mustard in the observatory with the candle or some shit. And of course I'll be wrong.
I know, and they'll hit you with this.
Yeah.
When you get something wrong on the game, that's the sound it plays. Like. Yeah, that's the sound it plays. Yeah. No, but you got any final thoughts, Mr. Sarah Zazel?
Just my final thoughts. Everyone watching, you need to make sure to like, share, and subscribe, because if you don't, you might end up seeing me in the street and we might gotta tussle.
God damn! It's a new day.
He said that with his whole chest.
Yeah, y'all heard the man. Y'all
Hey.
heard him. Y'all heard what he said.
But the nigga wanted money.
Y'all heard it, man.
I approve that message.
Yeah, for real. All right. So with that being said, we're going to see y'all on the next stream. Again, it's going to be Saturday, January 3rd, 2026, around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So once again, I'm going to put everybody's social links in the pinned comment on the chat, as well as in the description of the video. I saw that you have posted your YouTube in the back chat, so I'll make sure to add that. So that way, when people come and find the stream, they can see all of who was on the panel and then have their information there to where they can find y'all, subscribe to y'all, follow y'all, whatever. So with that being said, go ahead and end the stream, and we will be seeing you all in the next one. All right. Peace.